Okay, good afternoon, everyone. We'll now proceed with our Board of Police Commission meeting today, and thank you everyone who is in attendance and all of our staff and chiefs and their teams. I'd like to call this meeting to order and offer a land acknowledgement of the Mi'kmaq. Halifax Regional Municipality is located in Mi'kmaq, the ancestral and traditional lands of the Mi'kmaq people. The municipality acknowledges the peace and friendship treaties signed in this territory and recognizes that we're all treaty people. So, any community announcements from any commissioners? Seeing none. Now move to approval of the minutes for April 3rd, 2023. Just remind folks to turn their phones to silence, as I do of myself. So moved, was it over here? I think I saw by Commissioner Critchley, seconded by Commissioner Smith. Any comments? Debate? No. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Motion's carried. Approval of the order of business and approval of additions and deletions. Are there any additions to or deletions to the agenda, Madam Clerk?
Chair Kent, there are no additions or deletions from the clerk's office.
Okay. Commissioner Critchley?
Thank you, Chair Ken. I'm just hoping to table a motion for deferral of an item on the agenda, being item 10.2.4.
Can you remind me?
Chair Kent, we'll require a seconder for that motion to defer, and it would require a 2/3 vote.
2/3, or I thought it was majority vote.
Oh, no, majority vote, sorry. It's additions and deletions require 2/3. My apologies.
Seconded by Commissioner Smith. So my understanding is that we will deal with that when we get to that item.
I can't move to defer it now.
Not unless you change the order of business.
Isn't that what we're doing now?
That's what we're doing.
Well, that's right. It should.
So that would, can you repeat your motion, please?
I'm looking to defer item 10.2.4 to the next regular meeting of the Board of Police Commissioners.
Right. So what you need to do is, we're looking at the order of business, right? So basically, if what you're doing is to change the order of business, right? To bring that particular thing back at this time, right? So you've got two motions in effect, right? You've got a motion to change the order of business in order to bring that deferral motion now, as opposed to waiting to when it comes up in the regular meeting, right? Right, which it could be deferred when it comes up regularly. Or you can have another motion to change the order of business to bring that motion to defer up at this point. Does that make sense?
Sounds a lot safe.
I think you're a brighter legal mind than I, Marty. But I mean, I'll take your word for it. If we should discuss the deferral when we get to that item, then we can discuss the deferral when we get to that item.
You can approve the order of business now and wait until it comes up and then move to defer it when we reach it.
No problem. Yeah.
All right.
Okay, thank you. That's why we have them, folks.
That's why they pay me the big bucks.
So, seeing no further.
I'll need a mover and seconder for the order of business.
Okay, thank you. Move to business arising out of the minutes. I don't think we have any. Call for declarations of conflict of interest. Seeing none. Consideration of deferred business. We have the use of polygraphs by Halifax Regional Police, presentation by Matt Stickland. Is Matt here today? There we are. Thank you. Just to remind you, Matt, that presentation topics should relate to the police services, policies, and strategies, not to a single police action, relate to the board's oversight mandate, and not to a day-to-day police operations, affect a segment of the community, not a single individual, and not relate to a police conduct complaint. And you have 5 minutes to speak, and could you introduce yourself as well?
Matt Stickland, District 2, David Huntington's district, and Chair, this time I will also try and not speak when I'm not supposed to after my 5 minutes.
I think your mic is not on, sir.
How do I do that?
Hello.
There we
All right,
go.
there we go. Okay.
Great, thank you.
Good afternoon, Board of Police Commissioners, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity to give part 2 of my 10-minute speech. First up, I'd like to congratulate the board on, and the city on trying to address the issues in policing. Between the public safety strategy and the integrated policing report, the city has ambitious plans to modernize policing in the city, and I believe that effort is commendable. However, strategic plans require 3 things to be successful. They require comprehensive and proactive oversight, seeking out and monitoring the issues created by modern society and modern policing practices. Last time I was here, I outlined why I believe this board is falling short in that responsibility. However, to this board's and city's credit, I believe the municipality is quite good at the second step of strategic planning, which is the researching and creating a planning framework, but the city suffers from a lack of input and implementation. But broadly speaking, the city's ability to create a strategic plan is second to none. Part 2 of my presentation is about the last step, the implementation of strategic plans. At last City Hall's meeting, when the integrated policing report was tabled, Councillor Wayne Mason said that in his reading of the Police Act, and mine too for what it's worth, the Board of Police Commissioners has the power to direct the police to implement policies and procedures that are both in line with community values and a best practice of policing. City lawyer John Traves told council that Mason's reading of the Police Act, which was amended in most recently amended in 2021, was superseded by the Marshall Inquiry, not the Marshall decision, the first or the second, but the Marshall Inquiry, which is a provincial report from 1989. And since my criticism of the board's proactive oversight is likely unfounded, I'll just repeat the information found in that report for the benefit of those in the gallery who might not have been as diligent in their oversight as we are. In that report, it recommends that, quote, to reduce the possibilities of political interference in policing, we also recommend the amendments to the Police Act to make it unlawful for anyone other than a police officer of the same force to issue any policing directive to an officer, end quote. The Police Act, again, was last amended more recently than 30 years ago in 2021, and it does not include that 2021 recommendation in the 2021 version. Nevertheless, if Traves is correct that this not legally binding recommendation that has not been incorporated into the Police Act for over 30 years does in fact prevent the city from giving direction to police, then it also prevents the city's 2 police sources from ever integrating. And if that's true, the work on the integrated policing report needs to stop immediately, as it is a fool's errand. But if he's wrong, then you have a lot of power you are not using. And worse, that means you have been actively prevented from using that power by the city's own legal department, even as they have recommended that you not need an independent lawyer. More damning still is the implication that this assumption has not been challenged by this board in over 30 years, even as societal outcomes for policing have gotten worse. But on the assumption this board, and by extension the city, can give police direction, that means policing reforms in the city have a bright future if the board is able to exercise its newfound power of discretion. And as the public safety strategy moves forward, there will be conflicts between this board and the police, meaning there will be times when the police say some policing strategies are best practices and in line with community values, and you as the board disagree. And in order for these reforms to work, in those scenarios, you need to be sure of how your power works. And since you have just discovered your power, you likely need some practice, and I'm going to propose you use polygraphs for your test case. Polygraphs are a complex debate, and I'm happy to answer questions on after the fact, but I only have 5 minutes. But essentially, how police intend to use the polygraphs and how they are actually used are very different, and how they are actually used may be violating people's charter right to silence in a pretrial context. I'm so sorry for butchering that, lawyers. Anyways, there's a lot of debate as to whether or not polygraphs fall under R.V. Herbert or R.V. Oikel. And so which one of those cases applies to the constitutionality of polygraphs. But for your purposes on the board, there are only 2 questions. 1, are polygraphs a policing best practice? Since they are being banned in a lot of places and are not admissible in court, and they have been debunked by science, the answer there is no. The second question is the police use of polygraphs in line with community values? And that is a huge debate, but I would argue no, because if you ask people if they want to live in a place that probably doesn't violate their charter rights or live in a place that definitely doesn't violate their charter rights, most people would choose definitely. Right now, we live in a place where it's probably. So then the question becomes, how does this board feel? So the question becomes, does this board feel comfortable using its power to tackle police reform? Because if not, the success of police reform and even the existence of this board is seriously called into question. And I will have any questions. 5 minutes, yes.
Thank you. Just to remind commissioners, questions and clarification or requests for further information, there's no debate. And Commissioner Blackburn.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And thank you so much for the presentation. So I'm just wondering, do you see any circumstances under which polygraph could or should be used? It's my understanding that it's a tool that is used to screen new potential police officers and can mean the difference between taking, hours upon hours upon hours to vet somebody for employment as a police officer, as opposed to using a polygraph, which can get down to the root of any issues a lot faster. So I'm just wondering if you see any situation where polygraph could or should be used.
Yeah, and my personal opinion on this is I mean, I don't even know where to start answering this question. So short answer is no. Because how do you legislate what a police officer does in a room alone? How do you legislate the proper use of a polygraph if you, as the oversight body, can't be in the room with the police officer when they are administering the polygraph test? And since polygraphs have been debunked by science, there is arguably no case to be made that it does, in fact, provide a security risk or added security benefit. And if it did, in order for me to get top secret level 3 security clearance, a polygraph would have been required, but it was not. So if it's actually a best practice, the HRM would use them in their hiring practices, but they don't. The military would use them in their security clearance, but they don't. So is polygraph a best practice for identifying potential candidates and the security risk potential candidates present? I would argue that the city doesn't believe it if they don't use it in their own hiring practices, and I would argue that if the military doesn't require it for a top secret security clearance, then it isn't required for any security measure.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Critchley.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I just want to be clear on sort of the action items.
Mhm.
So what are you looking the board to look into and act on in respect of this matter? So the first is, if I'm understanding you correctly, is the use of polygraphs a best practice? And I think you've kind of elided the distinction, but both in the employment context, employment screening, and in the investigation context. And then the second, is it in line with community values? I just want to understand your two things that you're asking us to look at.
Sure. Yeah, and what I see here is the board's role in oversight. And I think what you need to do really is more fact-finding, because I'm presenting you questions, big questions about the use of polygraph, and it should be the board considering these questions and then coming to a decision and then implementing policy. And the reason I'm, sorry, I got sidetracked in the context of nervous there. Anyways, can you repeat your question? Sorry, I got nervous and just blanked.
Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out what are the things,
Oh,
what would you
right,
like the
right.
board to do now based on what you've told
Oh,
us?
right. Dream scenario, I believe polygraph should be gone in the HRM. I think that's probably unrealistic in the current political environment. It's my own personal opinion, whatever. What concerns me as a citizen of the HRM and what I really want to see more than anything is this board do oversight, real oversight. I've done a bunch of research into how polygraphs are used, practically used by police. I've spoken to a bunch of defense attorneys, people who've been subjected to polygraph, whatever. And what people are telling me is that when they go into a room with a police officer, the police don't necessarily explain to them in full detail that what they say in a polygraph is admissible, because what they say in a polygraph interview is still technically a statement. But everyone kind of knows, colloquially speaking, that if you do a polygraph test, the results are inadmissible. And if the police don't actually make that distinction clear, then is that a charter violation? I don't know. So what I want you to do is to figure out whether or not it is a charter violation, whether or not polygraphs are being used in the way that I have discovered in the course of my reporting, and then make a policy decision and then implement it. That's what I'm looking for. Even if I disagree with it, I want to see the board see if it has the power to direct police to do things, because the police reforms that we're proposing fundamentally require this board to have that power. That's my big ask.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions of clarification, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for coming in. Okay, we're now at correspondence, petitions, and delegations. Is there anything, Madam Clerk?
Chair Kent, the clerk's office did not receive any correspondence or petitions for this meeting.
Thank you. Any no further? So information items brought forward. There are none. At this point, we would look to our chiefs for Halifax Regional Police and Royal Canadian Mounted Police for their updates. We'll start with Chief Christie. There's a lot of eyeballs going directions. And my glasses only see so far.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the guests in the room, to council members and members of the police board. In the interest of time, I really only have 4 points, knowing that we have a number of presentations today. So the first point that I'll share with the board is that the RCMP in Halifax are close, probably in the next 2 months, to adopting a new software on their phones that's referred to Blue Force Tracking, or an acronym often called ATAC. That software will be the equivalent of an app that will allow members on patrol to situationally see where other members are in terms of their location. So if you can imagine that it's a dark, rainy night, like last night, and for some reason members are going into a wooded area, or they're going down a dark street, and they begin to peel off in different directions, and they're not quite sure who is who, that software will enable a supervisor to be able to sort of geolocate them, and be able to do that real time on the screen with a discrimination or a lens of probably down to about 5 to 10 meters, depending on their closeness to a cell phone. That was one of the recommendations that actually came out of the Moncton report, and we're close to adopting that within Halifax District, though it will be a phased approach over the next 2 to 3 months. The software is not perfect. It depends as well on the fact that people have cell phones, if it's cold, if it's dark and it's wintertime, how long does a cell phone battery last, and so on and so forth. But it is an important step forward in terms of adopting technology for the situational awareness of members responding and supervisors. So I'm pleased to share that. Another point that no doubt many of us would be aware within the HRM is that the public servant strike by the Government of Canada has come to a close. I'm pleased to share that in terms of that talented group who support RCMP operations in so many different ways, that we have welcomed that group back into the different detachments. I think by and large, there was little impact to frontline service delivery, but it is an impact when we don't have some of our talented employees within the office. So normal operational rhythms should be sort of reestablished here over the next 48 hours. And certainly many of us as managers are very grateful for the support. And labor relations in times like this are difficult, but I'm very gratified that we're through this and sort of back to normal rhythm within offices. I really just have 3 quick points subject to high-level items that may be of interest. We've done some work with respect to the summer. We're looking to make sure we have sufficient resources around for some of the special events on July the 1st and so on and so forth. Mixing and matching, sort of trying to get our employees out for leave, but at the same time making sure that we're maximizing how we use our resources. So we may have a few folks, and you'll meet Sergeant Prasad, who manages our community policing. We may have a few less community policing positions available because they may backfill the watches from time to time, but we're taking the steps to make sure we have the right number of bodies on the shifts for that front end policing. Second and last point is the PricewaterhouseCoopers report. I realize that's before council, but just in terms of the record and respecting mandate, I simply wanted to acknowledge the professionalism and the in-depth nature of that report. I've certainly read it methodically, reviewed the material. I think there are some really important foundational ideas in there for us to learn from and continue to grow with our partners. And the RCMP Halifax Detachment will be here to work with partners when we're so sort of invited to those conversations, recognizing that the stewardship and the ownership of that is within HRM and obviously the police board. But I just want to acknowledge that was a very, very constructive report. Last thing, just very briefly, as some of you may know, and some of you participated in, just returned from the RCMP Training Academy with the Chief Administrative Officer. In January, I made an invitation to the Chief Administrative Officer, given the fact that we were both new, in terms of having a sense of some of the evolutions in training, the capacity, and so on and so forth. Very pleased. She was accompanied by the chair, and it was a good couple days. Of perhaps interest to the board, we do have experts that are willing to, for example, present by Zoom or even come to the board. So if at some point as we approach the fall, if it's of interest to the board, I just say the fall because I realize it's hard to believe we're in May. But if there is an interest and the CAO or the chair may wish to comment, sort of on the topical conversation about curriculum at Depot, training, how it evolves in scenarios, et cetera. While I am certainly not an expert and quite candidly felt quite old being there, looking at the young folks here, we can bring the experts to the board, or we can arrange for the board to meet the experts. That would be my update for today, and later we'll have Sergeant/Staff Sergeant Deepak Prasad behind me, as well as Staff Sergeant Lyndon Morrison, who will lead the RCMP presentations on the respective items. Chair, any comments?
Thank you. And no specific to the work that the presentation you made, other than I just want to clarify for the viewing public that the transformational study that was referenced came to council, Halifax Regional Council last week and the Committee of the Whole. It hasn't been completely finished debate on it yet. We'll be bringing it back to council for consideration, and the motion that is under review and recommendation of that particular report is to then refer it to the Board of Police Commission for further review and consideration. So just want to make sure that anyone who might be listening or watching this live stream or recording at a later date, they understand the context of that particular comment. So thank you for that. Any further? Yeah. I'll go to the CAO first.
Thank you for your update, Superintendent Christie. I just wanted to say that I am going to prepare a memo kind of summarizing some of the things that I learned or observed at Depot, excuse me, wrong pronunciation. And I do think it would be valuable for the Board of Police Commissioners to get the same kind of overview of the training program, and particularly the what's included in the research that's being done for psychological health and safety for members. I think that would be very useful at some point in time.
Commissioner Smith.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Chief Superintendent, for the report. So my question is not related to the information you brought forward, but I'm just wondering, has there been any update nationally down to yourself related to the body-worn camera pilot that is happening nationally with different cities and in places?
Thank you, Chair, through you to Commissioner Smith. Yes, there is. So I guess I'll change the question and say, what's the impact to Halifax? I would say we're looking, guess at this point, somewhere around September. Currently, there are 4 to 5 sites, pardon me, in Nova Scotia that are being piloted. There's a national group that were awarded a standing offer. So now in those detachments, some of the members actually have body-worn cameras and they're testing them. And they're testing how that equipment interfaces and uploads into the record systems and so on and so forth. Once that is done, the hope and the intention is, provided on the feedback of the pilot, is to go province-wide. And certainly Halifax District, pursuant to their ongoing discussions with the board, has an interest in being an early adopter to that. Certainly, again, the offer's been made to the board. I reiterate it today, either here at a board meeting or a separate location where that hands-on experience could be seen, for that body-worn camera and someone a bit more technically efficient than I am could actually walk the board through how that material will work, or the equipment will work. So we're close. I would say we're 3 to 4 months out if the pilots go well.
So my recommendation, and I'll send it to the chair as well, or say for the chair as well, is depending on how the pilots go with the small group of officers that are currently using them, it might be great to understand obviously the national context of what policies they'll be using related to us in Nova Scotia, because I'm only assuming that there's the overarching policies that come from Ottawa, but there might be something that changes depending on our context with how our act and whatever else comes with the pilot. So that might be good to come back and maybe at a future meeting of, once the policy or the pilot is done, to maybe just give us a high level of what to expect when these officers are using them, and if people want their information or if they want a footage or, whatever comes out of that. So maybe that's my only ask, is future date, once you have more information from the pilot, if you can come back and kind of give us this is how this is going to roll out for Nova Scotia, that'd be great.
Chair, through you to the commissioner, by all means, Commissioner, at a date and time felt to be convenient to the board.
Thank you. Any further questions for Chief Christie? Okay, we'll move now to Chief Kinsella.
Good afternoon and hello, everyone. Chair Kemp, members of the board, and everyone who is joining us today here, either virtually or in person. Just before I start, I'd just like to introduce 2 people just over my right shoulder in the front row. We have Superintendent Tanya Weisker from the Vancouver Police Department and Deputy Chief Marty Smith from the Kemptville Police Service, sitting beside Andrew Matthews. Both of them join us today as part of the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police Executive Mentorship Program. This particular program enhances the skills of executives who are looking for advancement in a police career to be a police chief or an equivalent. And they're joining us here in HRP for the entire week, and we're quite pleased to have them here. So I just wanted to acknowledge that they are joining us today. Last month, you will recall, and it's sad news, but I think it bared mentioning, we took a moment to reflect on officers' lives lost in the line of duty, been way too many. And sadly, just a week after that, on April 10th, the policing community was once again struck with the terrible news of a line of duty death in Alberta with an RCMP member. And RCMP Constable Havinder Singh Dhami was killed in a single vehicle collision on his way to a call for service. And HRP sends our deepest condolences to the families, friends, and colleagues of Constable Dhami. And a group of HRP members did attend the funeral in Alberta, and we were happy that we were able to participate and share our condolences in person. Last Saturday, I had the privilege of attending the 6th annual Polar Plunge here in Halifax, down in Queensmark. There was a number of us, both HRP, RCMP members, other members of the public and community. We all came together for the Nova Scotia Special Olympics polar dip, and I can tell you, we went in, it was cold, and everybody got out real quick. The important part of that is the $30,000 almost that we raised as part of that effort collectively, which was amazing, and I think an all-time high for the polar plunge. I do want to give a little bit of a shout out to Staff Sergeant Kim Robinson of the HRP. She has been a driving force, not only for Special Olympics for the province, but the polar plunge and the truck convoy that happens in September and all the events that occur. And I want to congratulate her and thank her for her commitment, as well as to the other board members of the polar plunge and all of that, and really appreciate everybody coming together to help out and raise some money. And last month, I had the incredible honor to attend the Abraham Global Peace Initiative program that saw us tour to Poland and Israel. This program is geared towards senior policing leaders and partners and is meticulously designed to promote the advancement of human rights and the importance of global approach to security. It was an incredible journey of self-discovery and a broadening of perspectives. I am in the process of creating a short presentation for those that might be interested, and look forward to sharing it in the future if there is interest in that. I'm also pleased to let everyone know that right here in our Alderney building, Alderney Gate actually, through conversations with community, local politicians, the business community, we've recently opened up a community office just down the hall here in Alderney Gate. And I want to also give a special shout out to Mark Rayner of HRM Tenant Services. He has been tremendous to work with and has been very collaborative with Inspector Carolyn Nichols to get that set up. And we're already seeing an increased presence and increased visibility. You may have saw Constable Ian Walsh, the community response officer, walking around today before the meeting. So it provides a nice space for him to meet with people. People know where he is, and he is beginning to spend some time there and have that interaction with the community. So we're thankful to be able to do that. Last week, we celebrated National Volunteer Week, and we can't overstate the contributions and value of our volunteers and what they bring to the service. From our victim services program to our neighborhood watches to our youth program, they are out in full force, delivering, going the extra mile for us, and quite frankly, we couldn't deliver the service we do to the community without them. I do want to recognize Sharon Hawkins. She's one of our treasured volunteers, and she was named Volunteer of the Year for 2022. She has been a dedicated volunteer with us here at HRP with the HRP Seniors Home Safety Program. She's been doing that for almost 13 years and is a committed volunteer, and it was really nice to be able to recognize and see her get that award. She's a compassionate volunteer, and she really has a passion for protecting seniors. So thank you very much, Sharon. I know she's not here today, but I did want to mention that. And later this month, and this is save the date for everyone on the board and anyone else who would like to attend, we'll be hosting a Police Week event at the Micmac Mall on March 18th. Everyone is welcome to attend and chat with our officers about policing in general, and we will have a number of specialized officers there that will be present and available. Some equipment will be there. I encourage the board to note it, and we will forward some details once it all comes together in the next little while. So hopefully you can drop in. It's a full-day event. There'll be an opportunity, even if you can just come in for a few minutes and say hello, it would be very welcome by the members. I want to talk just a little bit about some major investigations and some success that we've had over the last little while, not only with HRP, but also in partnership with our RCMP members in our integrated unit within the human trafficking area. So most recently over the weekend, our quick response team, who's been out and about doing incredible work, made 3 arrests related to a search of a residence in Bedford. You may have heard of it on the radio or in the newspaper, and significant quantities of drugs were seized. Cocaine and 20 pounds of marijuana, quite a significant seizure. Thousands of dollars in cash and 2 loaded guns were taken off the street. So an incredible piece of work based on the gathering of the evidence, going where the evidence leads them, and then finally executing the collection of the evidence and holding those responsible through charges. And earlier in the week, you may also have heard HRP laid charges in relation to a human trafficking investigation. These investigations can be complex, timely, time-consuming, often involve the seizure of multiple electronic devices. And in this case, particularly, it started in January of 2022 when we received a report of human trafficking occurring in the region. Through the course and the thorough investigation, a number of victims came forward and a suspect was eventually identified. Investigators have been carefully collecting information and the evidence through the course of the investigation, and this week arrested a 40-year-old male through the excellent work of the integrated human trafficking team with our partners, the RCMP and ourselves. And I just wanted to mention that piece of work. It was a very significant investigation, arrest, and the individual is facing a number of criminal charges. And one thing that we always remind the members of the public, I just want to say it, if you have a suspicion that someone may be a victim of human trafficking, please reach out and report the information so we may follow up and very timely and to the best of our ability assist potential victims that may be out there. And the last piece I want to close on today is a recognition of Sergeant Dean Steinberg. He is retiring from the Halifax Regional Police. He is the current president of the Halifax Regional Police Association, has been 30 plus years with HRP in a variety of areas and assignments. And we wish him all the best on his future endeavors as he moves into retirement. And subject to any questions, Chair, I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions or clarification? Any comments? I will just on behalf of the board ask you to extend our congratulations as well to Dean. No doubt I'll be occasionally maybe have the opportunity to run across and do it ourselves, but if you could, thank you. Thank you very much. Just want to add something here before we go any further. I want to just make a comment to our media folks who are here. It's not uncommon when we go into in-camera that you might then take off thinking that there may not be anything further. Today, there will be a statement following in-camera from myself as the board. So I just want to give you a heads up in case that's something you wanted to stick around for. Thank you. And of course, that goes to anyone else interested. Okay, we are now moving on to 10.2.1, Wortley Report Tracking Document. Josh, are you going to set this one up? You want me to set it up? Yeah, so this Wortley Report Tracking Document is a report that we have been, a template that we've been creating to allow for a better process and consideration of the progress that's being made. We're just shifting it around a little and make it more user-friendly and such. We've had a number of consultations with our chiefs and with the board to get that right. And we're at a point now we would appreciate updates from our two chiefs as well. We have guests today. Bill Trask is the Executive Director of Policy of Information Management, Nova Scotia Department of Justice, and I believe perhaps someone else is here with you. But we're going to have ask for each of Bill, Chief Kinsella, and Chief Christie to take the time today to present to us updates on progress that are being made. And let's start with Mr. Trask. There you are. Thank you. And welcome to the Board of Police Commissioners. It's nice to have you here.
Thank you very much. Is the mic on? Can you hear me okay? Test. Okay, perfect. Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Bill Trask. I'm the Executive Director of Policy and Information Management at the Department of Justice. And joining me is Margaret Ann Bruyere, and she's a Senior Policy Analyst at the Department of Justice. And our group leads the response to the report recommendation. So we've been leading that work within the department, working with the other divisions within Justice and with stakeholders across government, the police, and community-based stakeholders as well. Since the release of the Wortley report, DOJ has really been working closely with African Nova Scotian folks, communities, the police, and other stakeholders. And we've been working to advance all those recommendations that fall within the Department of Justice. We've had an opportunity to contribute to the May report that you have, the update report, and greatly appreciate that opportunity to contribute. 10 of those recommendations contained within the report are being led by DOJ. And of these, 2 have been completed and 8 are in progress. Since 2021, DOJ has been providing annual updates through postings to government's website. And we're working to advance all those recommendations. And most recently, our September 2022 Wortley Report update document has been posted online, The following 2 recommendations have been completed to date. Recommendation 1.1 is to formally ban street checks. And that was completed when the most recently with the Minister of Justice's directive from December 1st of 2021, which strengthened the 2019 ban on street checks and provided clear direction to police to ensure that no Nova Scotian is subjected to the practice. Recommendation 3.1 was to form a research committee to explore the feasibility of gathering data on police stops. So we formed a Wortley Report Research Committee, which is a little bit of a mouthful, but it was formed in September of 2020 with representatives from police, the Nova Scotia Human Rights Commission, Department of Justice, African Nova Scotian Affairs, community members, and with the support of an academic, Dr. Timothy Bryan. Part of that committee's mandate was to develop a report and recommendations to guide the development of race-based data collection and a model of that data collection for police stops in Nova Scotia. That committee was also responsible for examining 4 other recommendations. Those are recommendations 1.6, 1.7, 3.2, and 3.5 in the Wortley report to determine how they may be advanced by the work of the committee. And I know it's not a lot of numbers to read out. I'll just touch briefly on what each of those recommendations are. 1.6 calls for an evaluation of the impact of the street check ban on police community relations and public safety. And that recommendation is being explored by the committee. 1.7 states that police should be mandated to collect and disseminate information on the personal characteristics, the racial background of civilians subjected to police stops and other investigative detentions. So that's a second one that's being looked at by the committee. 3.2 states that a permanent data collection system should be established to record information on police stops of civilians. And 3.5 calls for the release of an annual or biannual report to the public on data collection and research activities. Most recently, and actually they just held their first meeting in the past 2 weeks, a subcommittee has set up and has been set up to look at exactly what this is going to look like on the ground for police in terms of collecting data, look at the systems that are available and the differences between the systems and how data would be best captured within either the police systems themselves or in a system outside of that. So they're looking at more of the technological aspects of what's going to happen and in practice what it's going to look like on the ground. Pardon me. 4 other recommendations are also in progress. Recommendation 4.1 or 4.10, is to develop a public education program for Black and racialized youth. This we refer to often as a Know Your Rights campaign or a Know Your Rights program. That one, we actually initially coordinated a meeting with a number of justice partners, including Nova Scotia Legal Aid, Halifax Regional Police, RCMP, the Human Rights Commission, African Nova Scotian Affairs, and the Office of El New Affairs. And it was determined that after initial discussion, this would be best positioned with community to develop with support where we can. So the relatively newly formed African Nova Scotia Justice Institute will be taking on that work to develop a Know Your Rights campaign as part of their work that they're doing at the Institute. 411A is to form a committee to study the strength and integrity of the current police complaints process. So with the police complaints process, we did something very early on, which was to make a change to the police regulations, which fall under the Police Act. And that was to extend the time frame for complaints against a municipal officer from 6 months to a year. And that brings it in line with the complaint timeline for the RCMP. So basically, somebody now has a year after the alleged incident in order to lodge a complaint against a municipal police officer, which is the same as the RCMP. We also made a change so that the Police Complaints Commissioner can extend that timeline further if it's deemed in the public interest. We'll be considering further potential changes and examining the police complaints process more closely over the next little bit, but it's something that's certainly on the radar, as is a kind of a look at the Police Act overall. The Premier had recently noted the police review will be taking place, so kind of all that is related in a lot of ways. The complaints process, the Police Act, there's a number of different factors that are kind of all related to that. 4.16 was to form a committee to monitor the progress towards the implementation of the recommendations produced by the Wortley Report. That one, we initially had set up Wortley Report Action Planning Working Group. That group is no longer meeting, but we continue to work bilaterally with the different agencies that were represented on the committee. 4.17 is the final one, and that one is to extend examination of racial bias beyond police checks to other aspects of policing. And the broader criminal justice system. For that one, the department is actually working on an African Nova Scotia Justice Action Plan. We've just finished 32 consultations over the past year with African Nova Scotia communities across the province, and we're also working on an Indigenous Justice Action Strategy. So those will be looking at systemic racism more broadly across the justice system and the impacts on African Nova Scotian and Indigenous people in the province. So I think I'll leave it at that in terms of the update. I know that was a lot, but I wanted to touch on everything, and happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, thank you. We'll definitely go to the commissioners. I just want to again reiterate that it's really great to have you here. We are partners in policing, and we appreciate this and hope that this will be ongoing opportunities, not only with you, but everyone within justice.
Thank you, Chair.
Any questions or comments? Commissioner Smith.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you, Bill. Great to see you. 2 questions. The subcommittee that you spoke of, was that for, and I know there was a lot of number of recommendations that you're going through. Is it 3.2, which is the system, the permanent data collection system to record information on stops? Or was it, which one was the subcommittee? I guess that's the easiest way to ask. Which one was the subcommittee? Which recommendation, sorry?
So the subcommittee has been, it's a little bit difficult to say because the subcommittee has been struck to advance the actual collection of the data. So it's
I see.
It's kind of intertwined.
Got you. Okay.
They've been struck as a working group, really, of the larger committee,
Right.
to look at kind of the more technical aspects, what it would actually look like on the ground.
Gotcha.
So any of those recommendations
Okay.
related to the actual collection would actually fall to the subcommittee.
That makes sense. Okay.
Yeah.
In that subcommittee, is it roughly what is it? I guess who is it made up of, and not their names, but does it have police agencies,
Exactly.
community? Okay, so it
Yeah,
has.
it's very similar kind of composition to the larger committee. So
Right.
there's community members, police representatives, representatives from government. We have some IT people on there that are on the larger committee to help advise with respect to technological components.
Right.
And Dr. Bryan is also involved in it as well. Dr. Timothy Bryan, who's the academic that's been supporting this work.
Great, thank you. And the last one, just to relate to Know Your Rights campaign. So great to hear that NSDPED's taken on that work. Has the department given them a timeline on when they'd hope that work will be completed, or is it more you'll be relying on them to kind of tell you when they could get it complete?
We haven't given them a specific timeline. Last year, they were just getting established.
Right.
And starting to ramp up their programs. This year, they're ramping up their programs more. So they've been really busy staffing up the Institute this year. So it is something that's, we haven't said, we need to have it done by end of year, but it is something that both they and we identify as a priority and see the need for it. So as I said, they've been staffing a lot this year. So there's a lot more people in place. I would expect that's to be something that's going to happen sooner rather than later.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Okay,
Thank you, Chair.
you're welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner Critchley.
Thank you, and thank you for the update. I guess I just have a couple questions. So I appreciate you provided, in respect to 4.11, that deals with the police complaint process. You talked about changes to the regulations. Is there a timeline for when a committee to look at that issue would be created? Or you mentioned it was on the radar,
Yeah,
but I just wondered if you could provide some more specifics.
certainly. And something I should have mentioned when I was speaking about that is a proposal from ANSDPAD with respect to an African Nova Scotian policing strategy. So that's something that would relate potentially to this work as well. So I would expect, it's difficult to give a timeline for some of these things, but this is one of the, I would say, the next steps with respect to the work we're doing on Wortley, in addition to the work of the Wortley Research Subcommittee. We're just going to be working closely with the African Nova Scotia Justice Institute and bringing together a committee with various representatives. So
Okay, thank you.
yeah, it will be sooner rather than later. Again, with that, it's something that's very high on our priority list.
Sure. Can I ask next, so the Bryan report, which obviously derived from the Wortley report, itself has a very large number of recommendations. Somewhere like, there's 6 headings of recommendations and then sub-recommendations under each. Is the department tracking the progress on those recommendations and publicly disclosing progress on those recommendations?
Really, those recommendations kind of are being addressed by, in part, by the continued work of that committee. So they've recommended, for example, the establishment of a race-based data collection system. They've recommended that it should first be based on officer perception. So we've accepted those recommendations as a department, and that work is progressing. So in essence, the subcommittee will be themselves advancing some of those recommendations as they continue that work and further define what the data collection system is going to look like.
Okay, and that would be the same with, like I know recommendation 3 and the sub-recommendations under that deal with communication strategies with the public. So is that something the research subcommittee is looking at?
Yeah, that and the larger committee, exactly. And it's important that this isn't a DOJ committee. DOJ is supporting this committee, but this is a committee that consists of community police. It's really everyone coming together. We're not directing the work of the committee. The committee is kind of responsible to itself in some ways and accountable to itself. We support them, but they're making decisions as a committee as well as to how things progress.
Okay, and last question, if that's all right. How does this work in terms of advancing the recommendations of Wortley and the Bryan report align with the ongoing standards review and the audit redevelopment process?
I would say they're happening in parallel, but there hasn't been much cross-pollination to date.
So is there people from the Wortley, the policing standards review is ongoing and there's consultation involved with that. Is that right? Or?
I can't really speak to the work that's, I apologize, on the policing standards piece.
Okay.
Yeah, that's being led by a different division. I haven't really been involved in that aspect.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks so much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Commissioner Giles.
Thank you. Thanks very much for the presentation. Beyond the extension of the prescription period from 6 months to 12 months in the police complaints process, are there other structural changes which are planned?
I would say nothing's planned at this point. That was kind of the low-hanging fruit, if you will, of something that was fairly easy to do through regulatory change. As I said, the Police Act will be something that we'll be reviewing, as well as the police review that the Premier has alluded to and that the Minister of Justice has alluded to. So I think it's premature to say what other structural changes might take place.
I ask because there was a very interesting presentation on the CBC as part of the evening news last night, where the commentator was critical of the process because the department is represented by counsel, the officer or the officers are represented by counsel, sometimes more than one. But the complainant is generally there by herself or by himself without counsel. And apparently some jurisdictions, perhaps not in Canada, but in other parts of the world, are making sure that in those circumstances, everybody is represented by counsel. Thanks.
Thank you. Any further questions or considerations? Again, thank you. I do have a question. If you could remind us and anyone who may be watching today or at a later date of the kind of detail that folks would find on the website in relation to this. We want public to be able to engage. You came today and gave us detail. Would that type of detail be there to that degree? And just give us an overview of what people could expect to see there.
Yes, absolutely. So our annual update that we've been providing on Wortley would contain details very similar to what I spoke to here today.
Yeah.
So a lot of the specific updates that I provided were actually largely based on what is available on our website. So there's about a 4 to 5 page report that's on there. We speak to all the recommendations that DOJ is leading, as well as some additional pieces that we are supporting on items like police training that we're not specifically leading, but we were contributing to. The Wortley Report Research Committee report is also available online through the Nova Scotia Human Rights Commission's website. And that's a pretty detailed report that outlines all the recommendations and the work that came out of that Bryan report is available there as well.
Good, great to hear. And again, before you leave, just want to acknowledge the importance of us working collaboratively together. We now have a senior policy advisor in Josh, and I know he's built some good relationships with you and your department and the work that you're doing. So an extended a standing offer to be partners in this journey with you, and we look forward to more opportunities and to engage and be part of your future conversations. So
Absolutely.
we're
Chair.
here.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
And this isn't work that any one organization can do on
Yes,
their own.
that's right.
It very much takes collaboration across organizations. So we greatly appreciate it. Thank you
Okay.
very much.
Good, thank you. And now we will start with Chief Kinsella.
Thank you, Chair. And through you to the commission, I'll keep some of my comments relatively brief. Bill covered a number of things that I was going to mention. I'll mention them.
Can I just interrupt you for a second? Is there something we could put under your mic? Because there's a sort of a hum that's coming out of it, even, there's some kind of hum, and I suspect that's probably being caught. Try that.
Test.
That's a little better, I
A
think.
little better?
Yeah.
Do you want me to double up the paperwork? Let me see. Test.
Yeah, that's better.
Okay.
We'll know better when you start talking a little more.
Okay. And if need be, I can.
No, it's already better.
All right,
Yeah.
I can get another mic as well. So I won't go through all of the items, but certainly I think the tracker speaks for itself. It's an excellent update. I thank the board for that. I thank Josh for his work on that as well. And it's good to see, kind of where we are and have some of that detail present. One of the things that I think we can say, and I was just speaking with Chief Superintendent Christie this morning on some of the things that we still need to get done. It's going to require, and Mr. Trask just mentioned it as well, going to require the follow-up of a number of people. This is really going to need to be a team effort. So I think we all recognize that. From our perspective, some of the things that we've been really focusing in on is like recruitment. We're heavy into the recruitment piece, diverse candidates, all those things, doing that through our cadet program. So we'll continue to do that. We've done a fair bit of work on diversifying our ranks and engagement through our PAL program and other opportunities where we have officers interacting with not only kids in school, but other youth in the community to try to get the message out, build bridges, those kind of things. I think the race-based data work that is being done, and Mr. Trask mentioned it, is incredibly important, and we are moving forward. You may know Deputy Chief Don McLean sits on that particular committee. He also sits on the subcommittee that was mentioned with Mr. Gurcharan Singh from our STU department. And what they're really looking at, and they're examining all the records management systems that are used in the province. There is 3 of them, and trying to see, how are we going to capture the data in an accurate way? And beyond that, what are we going to do with the data once we have it? How are we going to release it, and all of those kind of things? So the subcommittee is doing that work and advancing it. I think there is, comparative work to be done across the country to say how are other provinces doing it. Everybody has a little bit of a different view on how it should be done. But it is a big task, and it was mentioned, is it going to be officer observation? Is it going to be interaction with the person that they're dealing with? And are we capturing good, useful information that we'll be able to use down the road? So we do need to standardize it, and I think we're certainly headed in that direction. And certainly the work from Dr. Bryan and his 28 recommendations have really given a guide work and a framework for us to move forward on that. And we're going to continue to do that. It was great to hear the update from Mr. Trask as well on the Know Your Rights campaign. We've mentioned that a number of times. We've had a lot of conversation on that, and it's great to see the African Nova Scotian Justice Institute being involved. I have actually had some conversation with Robert Wright on the topic, so I think we're really headed in the right direction there. And as always, rights need to be consistently messaged, I believe, entirely across the province, and everyone is obviously committed to that. Some of the other recommendations, I've mentioned this before, some will be ongoing. I don't know that we'll ever be there. We could mark them complete, but we know we're going to continue to build community relationships. We know we're going to be committed to diversification of our ranks. We're going to be committed to getting our diverse recruits in the door, and limiting barriers and those kind of things. There are some other areas, and I did mention it in my opening remarks there. Recommendation 4.8, it talks about establishing more community level detachments. Detachment program and application really isn't something that HRP does, but very similarly, we have community offices. So we're committed to doing that where we can and opening up new community offices to increase our presence, increase our availability, and increase the conduit of people being able to come forward to discuss really with the frontline officers. As I mentioned, we have our new one opened here in Alderney Gate just this week. So I think there's a lot of progress that is being done, and we are moving forward collectively. There is still work to do, and we're committed to work with our partners and everybody involved to make sure that we get this across the finish line. And subject to any questions, happy to take them on any specific recommendation if there is that will from the board.
Thank you, Chief. Do we have any questions, clarification? Commissioner Critchley.
I'm just going to ask some quick questions, Chief. I appreciate the update. I think the written document is really great. It's nice to have. I'm just going to go through them recommendation by recommendation. That's all right. So recommendation 4.1. I'll just give you a second. Oh, I'll bring it maybe a little closer. Okay. Recommendation 4.1 recommendation was to develop a protocol that will screen new recruits for both cultural competency and racial bias. So you've indicated they've introduced new testing for recruits in these 2 areas. So just wondering if you could say a little bit about that.
So through you, Chair, to the Commissioner. So we've introduced the name of the actual testing escapes me, but it will come back to me hopefully in the next few minutes. We've introduced a new testing, COPSAR. Yeah, it's called COPSAR. It's a best practice testing document that we've taken from across Canada. Other services are using it. And it is designed, I'm not an expert in it, don't have all the details, but it is designed to show that type of bias through a series of testing, and we are using that. We're still in the, we're still looking at it, but we seem certainly to be getting very good candidates coming through the door.
So next, if I could ask about 4.2. So you identified the two programs there. We've heard a lot about these in the past. Journey to Change, obviously very widely celebrated program, and then the legitimate and bias-free module. And I wondered if you might not know off the top of your head, but if you had a rough ballpark about percentage compliance with programs, either or both of those training programs within the kind of the sworn force as a whole.
So thanks for the question, and through you, Chair. So legitimate and bias-free was done through a cascading program where it was delivered initially to senior officers, senior managers, frontline supervisors, and down through the staff. So that is a program that has been developed now. There may be some people that were off and were away for some period of time that didn't get connected with, but the vast majority, I don't have the exact percentage. I would say it's somewhere in the 90 percentile of people were given that particular training. Journey to Change, of course, is ongoing. We've introduced a couple new approaches to it. One of them is the introduction to all of our cadet science programs. So every one of the programs gets the entire 40 hours as part of their training. So that's been very helpful. And again, we thank the community for their assistance and participation. We do also run regular courses throughout the year, depending on availability of our facilitators. It has ramped up quite a bit in the last little while. And I think we are in the over 150 members trained at this point. Don't quote me on the exact number. I don't know it off the top of my head, but we're around there. And the approach we've taken to that and continues to be, we have great uptick on it, lots of interest, even from outside the organization. People would like to participate, and we're looking at moving in that direction. And we make it available to all of our sworn and civilian members, and we'll continue to run that. The goal is to get everyone trained and then offer it to our volunteers as well, give them that training opportunity. So we'll continue to do both of those.
Great, thanks, Chief. Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any further questions or clarification for the Chief? Nope, seeing none. Thank you very much, Chief. And now we'll ask for Chief Christie to do his part.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe I'll reverse the order, and before I make highlights and comments, I would welcome from the board if there are any particular questions around the RCMP parts in the tracker document.
So if there were any that anyone had flagged when they were reviewing in anticipation of the board meeting, that's the Chief is wondering if there's anything specific that he, as probably so as not to miss something in his presentation. Oh, seeing none?
Okay.
Carry on.
So, Chair, I'll just make some brief comments for the board. There's a number of important steps that certainly in my learning journey, mentored by other members such as...
Is your mic on, sir?
I believe it is, yeah.
Okay, I can't see a light.
Just, I think it's a difference in sensitivity between the two,
Okay, thank
two
you.
mics. Certainly in my learning journey with folks such as Sergeant Craig Smith, et cetera, around the importance of this issue within the community. It's an ongoing journey within Halifax District. Some of you would know at the recent PALPOM, we made this a keynote theme, and we continue to outreach. There's a number of other steps at a practical leadership perspective that we're taking. So we're beginning at least twice a year meetings with the myself and the senior team with some of the Black members in Halifax District. The purpose of that, as we develop sort of a terms of reference, is to make sure that we hear from Black members serving in Halifax District and see what we can do or not do to assess on a case-by-case basis. Are there growth opportunities or stretch opportunities, et cetera, et cetera? So I think it's important that we operationalize or bring right down to our employees with how can we support them. And it's not only limited to, at this point, it will be with the serving regular members, but also with the public servant cadre, as we are a family of different categories of employees with Halifax District. The last point is a commitment that I made to retired Chair Smith, now Councillor Smith, some time ago, which was to examine the feasibility of a concept of whether or not in the community of Preston, we could begin to look at files for key indicators around racism between how their engagement with police officers occurred. Now, that's never been attempted within the RCMP that I'm aware of. Having said that, we've approved or submitted an official request to get that approval to try and look at it. And that was a commitment that I made to then Chair Smith. The principles, again, are very similar to what you'll hear from the great Superintendent Andrew, who's leading CID, Andrew Matthews, of the Philadelphia model. How can we look at interactions that include the public, learn from them, get the right feedback, and continue to work with parties? So I can't share with the board that that's in place right now. I can share with the board that we've moved forward an important procedural step, seeking support. And that's important because some of the examples that we would use to sort of parallel are based on privacy impact assessments that were done for sexual assaults. So it's my hope to come back before the board with a yay or nay, but I'm optimistic that we can move forward on that by 2024. I want to temper expectations because it's important when we pilot something that we look at it in a phased, systematic way and not take on too much too fast. So again, we have some senior retired members like Superintendent Ted Upshaw and others who have extensive experience. So the question is, do we have great people to tap into? To ask ourselves, can we look at a small sample size? By that time, we should have body-worn cameras. Can we look at the scope of material available for 10 to 15 transactions within or events in a 6-month period, and even see if this is an area we can move forward to? But every journey begins with a step. And I think it's an important step forward, consistent with the principles and the aspirations within the Wortley Report. I think the last part that I'll mention is we're at the early stages of reclassifying a senior position into the Halifax detachment team. That position would be for a warrant officer that would probably be more specific to Black members and be sort of an outreach representative of the OIC and be a stepping position between the NCO ranks and the officer ranks. Diversity in all its aspects, gender, race, education, community is important. So that is a specific initiative that we can take in Halifax District. And again, we're trying to bring that forward and we should have final indications on that in the next 3 months. So those would sort of be my quick comments today, and a lot of that continues to be ongoing.
Thank you, Chief. Anything come out of that? CAO, please.
I have a question for both the RCMP and HRP. Reading about the training programs, it looks like there's both a mix of mandatory and voluntary training, which is directed at anti-Black racism and unconscious bias. Which of your training programs are mandatory? And I would just ask that you would maybe address that for the RCMP, Chief Superintendent Christie, and then if you could, Chief Kinsella for HRP, just to make that clear, which are mandatory.
Thank you, Madam CEO, through the chair to you and the board members and community. So mandatory means different things. So the African Canadian Experience course that has been developed isn't quite mandatory yet, but we're looking at making it mandatory in Halifax District. There's also some discussion, is very early, about whether it remains at 5 days or does it remain or be shifted down to 3 days. So the group that you may have met, Sergeant Craig Smith and Shelley Braywith and Taylor. Some other folks are trying to determine what the right number is. Other parts are sort of what we might say are nationally, like the Against Racism, the online course that Commissioner Critchley asked me about last time. So there's a spectrum, but we would also recognize, for example, on the ACE course, I believe Chief Kinsella and team have a very similar, I think it's the same journeys to change, same sort of knowledge of the community. If our member went on that training course or vice versa, we would recognize that in terms of similar material. So I could certainly, if it's of interest to the board or you, ma'am, I can certainly map out and get a specific sort of sheet to provide. But there's quite a layered amount of different related training. Some mandatory, some we encourage.
Thank you.
Thanks, and through you, Chair, to the CAO. Somewhat similar, a little bit different. All of our ABR training is mandatory, and members of the service will take it at some point. The caveat or proviso, I would say, is currently with Journey to Change, we are bound by some collective agreement requirements around assigning training and posting it and those kind of things, which we do. And so as we move through Journey to Change, and we're in over, as I mentioned, 150 plus people now, everyone so far, save and except for an example I'll share in a second, has been signing up for the training. So we haven't got to the point where we've had to make it force somebody into the program in a general sense. But I anticipate that at some point in time we'll get there. And when we get there, all the members will be expected to take the training. The one example I will share is the Nova Scotia Human Rights Commission did, as part of one of their decisions, order that 2 members of the Halifax Regional Police would take the training, and that has occurred. So it's a bit of a mix, but we're getting there, and everyone will be expected to take the training.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Blackburn.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Question for each of the chiefs. I'm just wondering, this training, is it sort of in the category of one and done, or is it something that is revisited by members every 3 to 5 years? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Chair, through you to Commissioner. So mandatory training all depends on a case-by-case basis if there's, for lack of a better word, an expiry date. So some of the training, there's probably 40 to 50 courses that are part of an online training process. We call it Agora, very similar to the Canadian Association of Chief Police. Have a third-party provider that it might be de-escalation of a high-risk person, might be knowledge of law. The benefit of today online training is that a member at 2 a.m. can do it, or at 2 p.m. Often it's faster, shorter, easier to access from the person's computer. So the other aspects are often orientation, sort of the African Canadian experience. There might be no, at the current time, the experts that developed that course have not said, you need to come back in, say, 5 years and your knowledge will be sort of so low that it expired. Having said that, the third part of that is cultural competency. So whether it's Indigenous communities or particularly racialized communities, and there's some hints at this within the Wortley document, that often there are competencies in our sort of dictionary, it's called, of skills and experiences, behaviors. And we have some ability, even in the hiring processes, to match specific competencies to roles. So for example, in the community of Preston, by and large, most of those members, before they're hired at the corporal level, would have experience, et cetera, matching them for the cultural competency of policing in North Preston. So there's a whole layered approach in terms of trying to get the right people with the right experience and the right training to deliver policing. And in North Preston, I think our organizational objective is to have all members in North Preston who are Black and have experience in community policing, et cetera.
And I'll just add to that, and through you, Chair, to the Commission. So a couple things from our end. I'll start with Journey to Change. Won't go on too long about it, but Journey to Change at some point in time. We hope to get everyone trained. And we are regularly evaluating that course as well. We anticipate that, and it has changed a little bit, not changed tremendously. We anticipate a Journey to Change 2 or something along that line down the road. We're a little bit away, but that's something down the road. So to your point of one and done, not in that particular case, at least that's the vision, and we hope to get there. I will go back to Chief Superintendent Christie's comments around the online training. I think it's called Agora with the RCMP. Ours is CPKN, the Canadian Police Knowledge Network, and it has great value for people to train at all hours, as mentioned. It also has, opportunities where a gap is identified within a certain service or area, and we're able to connect with them to say, hey, do you have something along these lines? Oftentimes they do. Sometimes they already have something. Sometimes they can help us, beef up a certain type of training for certain gaps. So that happens on a regular basis. There are some courses that get completed on CPKN, and that's it for those courses. But we're always looking for, where do we go next? What is the next step? Legitimate and bias-free policing is designed to actually have continuous parts to it, to say, are we identifying any trends and those kind of things. And I'll just go back to the comments around Wardley. And I mean, not everybody may not agree with this, but there is some things around, continuous training, continuous learning. I don't think that we'll ever be complete with that. And I think we should all be cognizant on, what is out there, what are the new things that we should be learning. And most importantly, and we try to do this, is reaching out to the community to say, what is happening in the community, and what are you seeing, and what should we be seeing? So those are some of the things that we try to do on a regular basis, and we're committed to make sure that we have the very best and refreshed training available to our members.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Critchley, please.
Thank you. I wasn't going to ask another question, but just where we are talking about the legitimate and bias-free policing, Chief, I wondered if you could just say, provide a little more information about the sort of contents of that training. And the reason that I'm asking was that recommendation 4.12 of Wardley, and I can give you a second if you want to pull that up, but it talked about the recommendation was to develop additional training modules to improve officer adherence to the principles of procedural justice and ensure respect for civil rights during civilian encounters. And legitimate and bias-free policing is identified as meeting that recommendation. So I just wondered if you could say a few more details about what's involved with that training.
Yeah, for sure. And through you, Chair, to the Commissioner, that's exactly where it fits. The whole concept of legitimate and bias-free policing is being able to articulate why you did what you did when you did it with the appropriate facts, and at the same time, be able to demonstrate some sort of a bias-free approach. The easy example is a vehicle stop. Is the vehicle stop arbitrary? Is there a reason for the stop? Is the person speeding? Is their headlight out? Those kind of things. And that's, very simplistic, but it could be others in regards to a criminal offense. And has the criminal offense occurred? Do you have the grounds? Are you able to articulate? Did you tell the individual for the reasons for an arrest that you might make? And are those scenarios, when evaluated based on the information that's shared, do they stand up to the legitimate piece, which is a legal articulation of why you did what you did when you did it, and then the bias-free piece, can it be demonstrated that it was done without bias? Are you arbitrarily pulling people over because of something that you shouldn't be, right? And we don't tolerate that, but we are mindful that we have to make sure that we stay on top of it. So very high level, but that's generally where we're going.
Any further comments or questions? Okay, hearing none. Thank you all for your contributions to this good discussion. Thank you. Now at 10.2.
Sorry, Chair.
Yes.
With the report, we don't need to make an approval or anything for the Wardley report. it just goes as needed? Okay, just wanted to make sure we
These
didn't,
are updates unless there's something in particular you want to
right,
move forward. No.
okay. So in terms of the reporting will still stay the same, the template is, okay. So just wanted to make sure that we didn't have to give any direction or anything to Josh or.
Josh, would you like to, no, there's nothing you're looking for?
I'm not looking for any direction on the template. We are going to be, the aim is to move towards a dashboard.
Right.
Where we can look at progress on not just the work we report, but other reports.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that we
Yep.
didn't.
No, we don't.
Okay,
Oh.
great, thank you.
Thank you. Moving forward, 10.2.2, Halifax Regional Police and Halifax District Royal Canadian Mounted Police Mental Health Calls Response. So we will have presentations from Halifax Regional Police. We'll start there. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thanks, Chair, and through you to the commission. I'll just make a few comments before I invite up two of our presenters, and I'll mention who they are in a second. So, there's been a lot of talk about a civilian response and how do we get there with how do we help people in crisis? And I think we're all committed to that, and I think you'll hear that today. We've got our public safety strategy. Bill Moore is here today, and we've certainly recognized that we've got to do something different. The question is, how do we get there? This is a great, collective approach. We've had a lot of discussions around it. The kind of purpose of the conversation today, I hope, is to give a status update of where we are in HRP and what we're doing, and then have some conversations on what we might be doing differently, how are we going to approach it, all of those things. We also know that there's conversations going on at the provincial level on this particular topic. All of the reports speak to it in some format. So we do need to take some action and evolve, move this forward, and we're constantly committed to trying to do that. So our two presenters today will be Superintendent Greg Mason from HRP and Mr. Matt White from Nova Scotia Health. So at this point in time, I'd like to invite Superintendent Mason up, and he'll do the first part, and then Mr. White will come up for the second part.
Good afternoon, Chair and committee, CAO members. I wanted to just speak with you briefly about our response to mental health, and from a high level, and then maybe a little bit further on in a more particular, take you through what a call actually looks like. When we look at our initial response to those in crisis, it generally falls within three parameters. A person in crisis would call us directly, or a person in crisis that has reached out to an associate or family member, they would reach out to us and through 911, and police would be dispatched. Those calls, sorry. Oh, I have to advance my slides. I'm sorry. There we go. The other aspect would be through individuals that are involved in criminality. That would mean that someone would report it to the police that there was an action that was taking place, and the police were required to respond there. The third pillar would be through our mobile mental health team, and Mr. White will speak to that in depth here in a few moments. But we have an ongoing rotational circular response to those that have been identified as being in crisis at one point in their lives. So where does our authority come from to act on these in these manners? Our authority comes under Section 14 of the Involuntary Psychiatric Treatment Act, or IPTA, as you'll hear me refer to. What that means is if it's a person that's either having a mental disorder, will not consent to go for medical treatment, or it's not feasible for a person to make an application to a justice to have them taken for medical assessment. So again, that it would result in somebody that was in a point of crisis, mental disorder, and likely suffering from it, or going to suffer physical harm or serious mental deterioration. They could also be a threat to themselves or a threat to others, and they could be committing a criminal offense. So those are the parameters that the police would actually get involved. Now, as I move forward here, try to bear with me here for a second, because the response is complex, and I would try to lay it out in a step-by-step format. Try to be visual as well. So, as I mentioned before, we do have the MHMCT response team, and if they have previously identified a person that is in crisis or needs assistance through their team or a community outreach program, they would be in continuous or consistent contact with that individual. So if they are in contact with that person and they deem that there is an emerging crisis with that individual, they can either assess and go to speak with that person themselves. The MHMCT is a partnership between a clinician from the Nova Scotia Health Authority and from the HRP. So they could go and deal with that person individually, or they could refer that to 911, where police would be dispatched. In that instance, police and EHS, Emergency Health Services, would be dispatched to the scene. EHS would stage until it is safe, and then a determination would be made whether there's a de-escalation or an intervention that takes place and the person is voluntarily willing to go to hospital for an assessment. In that case, and oftentimes, EHS would transport that person themselves and police would no longer be required. If that person doesn't voluntarily want to go for medical assessment, then we could enact Section 14 of IPTA. In that case, HRP would transport that person to the hospital and stay and guard that prisoner until a decision was made by medical staff, whether to refer that person for continuing treatment or to release them. But that decision is made by the health authority, not by the police. So that is a non-criminal interaction. I hope it laid it out a little bit there. Now we also have to deal with issues that involve criminality. In those cases, again, it comes to a response to 911. Somebody is calling in that they've witnessed or they believe somebody is committing a criminal offense and they may be in crisis at the same time. Our 911 operators would dispatch EHS and police at the same time, where intervention and de-escalation would take place, and a determination would be made through investigation whether the face value information that was provided to the call taker or to 911 was accurate. Was there actual criminality taking place there, or was this a person simply in crisis? If it is a person simply in crisis, then we would revert back to the previous slide. If the person is committing a criminal offense, and through the investigation we determine that criminal charges are warranted, that person would be detained under the criminal code, assessed by EHS, and transported either to the PCF, the prisoner care facility, where they could be released, and then the MHMCT team would follow up with that individual, or they would go to hospital where they would be physically and mentally assessed, and again, a determination made whether by hospital staff whether that person is committed for further treatment or they are suitable to go to the PCF for normal criminal processing. So what does that look like? So the person arrives back at the PCF and the sergeant that's assigned in to that position, reviews the charges and determines whether or not they have reasonable grounds to believe that the offenses have been committed. There's a Crown consultation and one of two streams. The person is released on paperwork and MHMCT will follow up with them. Or they're held for court or remanded to the correctional center through a bail hearing through the JP, or held for court in the morning if that's the case. Once they get to criminal court, and I apologize for this, it is complex. That's why I try to lay it all out. Once they get to criminal court, the Crown prosecutor at that time can recommend that the person be sent to wellness court versus criminal court. The wellness court, again, is a Crown recommendation where supports are put in place and a different lens is applied to the court proceedings versus the adversarial court process. More supports are identified for the person, and an attempt at a joint holistic approach to assistance of that person is applied. If the person is not deemed fit to go to wellness court, a normal court appearance would take place. Following that, the mobile mental health team would follow up with that person. So you may be asking how we know where what has taken place, and how we complete and compile statistics for these matters. So for every mental health emergency, I will advance. For every emotionally disturbed person that we deal with that requires an officer response, an EDP form, so an emotionally disturbed person's form, is required to be submitted. So that's every time we deal with somebody that fits those criteria. From there, there's also a secondary form that's filled out if the officers identify the need to arrest that person under IPTA and take them to hospital. There is a secondary form that's submitted. All of these forms, the EDP forms, are submitted through to the mental health team, who review and determine whether there is follow-up necessary or any community outreach programs that would be suitable for this individual. So now that we know how we collect the stats, we have an overview of what the stats look like. So the EDP forms versus the IPTA stats for 2018 to 22 are trending, in an upward case. But if we look at 2022 for an example, we would have, sorry, I advanced too quickly, but we would have responded and submitted 4,290 EDP forms. From that, 651 were arrested under the IPTA form. So you'll notice that it's a large difference from the actual number of people that we come into contact with versus the one that we determine have to go to hospital, and we have the authority to take them there. So for 2022, 651 people were detained under IPTA, and hospital hours waited by our officers is approximately 4,600 hours. Now that, when we look at that, the matrix that we look at is 460 hours per person in crisis. Those are not personnel hours. Those are not, because we could have 2-3 officers tied up with that one person in crisis. So I didn't want to be misleading, but so it is a conservative amount of 4,600 hours, and that number is our crime analyst did some great work for us, and our corporate analyst, and determined that our average wait time plus assessment time, travel time, is approximately 7 hours per person. That goes for IPTA. So that is an overview from the HRP perspective, high level and in depth on what a call looks like. Mr. Matt White is a a huge resource for us and an expert in the field, and I'd like to turn it over to him.
No, I'm good. It's kind of that you get the best and then the rest, right? So I said, commissioners, thanks so much for having me here today. By means of background to explain, my presence here, why I'm here. I am a social worker by trade. I always tell them, don't hold that against me. But that I have been with Nova Scotia Health for going on into 15 years, and I was a member of the mobile crisis team first as a clinician. And then having management, and now presently I'm the director for mental health and addictions here in Central Zone. So this particular team has been a big part of my career over the last decade and a half. So to speak specifically from the health perspective in terms of what, and operationally, how does this team work and what it does? Because I think, it's important to remember that, we want to do a lot of downstream work to avoid people having, to this precipice of crisis. And part of what we want to do is offer crisis supports readily and accessibly. So to have these things not become a police matter. So the mental health mobile crisis team, as noted, is a partnered crisis support service with Nova Scotia Health, the IWK, and the Halifax Regional Police. And as a matter of context for, why this group got together and, formally in 2006, really formalized in 2008. Chief Moore would have been a big proponent, a big reason why we're here, was that, far too much, and we're not there yet. Far too much police time still is involved in terms of, hospital-based crisis response and pieces of that. However, there was this overlap that we were doing a lot of work as a health authority, working with individuals who are in mental health crisis, and there is this intersection, as Superintendent Mason noted earlier, related to individuals whom the Involuntary Psychiatric Treatment Act applies, and there are very specific authorities assigned to peace officers. And so what we were finding is both a health program as well as Halifax Regional Police is that we were running across many of the same clients, experiencing the same difficulties, but we didn't talk to each other. We didn't know each other, and it was leading to a disjointed crisis response. And ultimately a delay in care for individuals who need it most. So with the idea of partnering together, the idea behind this service was the right service, the right place at the right time. And very much it being a bevy of options available to a client. So there's obviously not one size fits all. If we're talking about, what crisis is, and, if we run around this room to the commissioners, to the members of the public, media here, police members here, we would all probably define crisis slightly differently. We could, that could be absolutely, an acute mental health episode, but it could also be something as simple as, I don't know where I'm going to get my next meal. I don't know where I'm going to sleep tonight. And certainly nobody would think those matters are, those are not policing matters. Those are citizen necessity matters. So a big point of offering the crisis line for which we do is helping navigate citizens to the right resource for them at the right time. Another big piece of what we do as a partnered service is we work together. We provide education to law enforcement. We provide education to community members, and we work together to develop crisis-based planning for individuals who have high acuity that ultimately run across both law enforcement and health services. So ultimately, we want to have improved access to mental health services beyond just simply the emergency department. And ultimately improve training and support identification of mental health disorders, because obviously we want to make sure that officers, when they do have to respond to those, have the best tools available to them to respond. So we often describe our mental health mobile crisis team to our patrol members as just another tool in their tool belt when they're responding to these calls. So if we think about the partnership and how we got here, there was a memorandum of understanding that outlines the roles and responsibilities of all of the partners, ministerial authorization received through Department of Justice, Department of Health, that allowed us to come together, because I think it's very, very important to highlight to this board that, this is a health service with police embedded and as a partner. So what we're doing is we're providing healthcare. So the police members who do join this team are bound under the same confidentiality that any healthcare provider would be. Conversely, any of our healthcare providers that become privy to police information, that they're bound under the same confidentialities related to sharing in any way. So what we are able to do, though, is have a a sharing of information as much as practically reasonable or required that will allow for the most responsible, client-focused response to mental health crisis. Beyond that, there is a oversight through operations committee, as well as we talk about Superintendent Mason spoke a little bit about the EDP referral form, and I can speak a bit more about that later, as well as our police training. Like I said, is that we participate in related to mental health. I should always give a bit of a caveat when I talk too, because I'm a bit of a fast talker and I drink a lot of coffee. So I deliberately cut myself down to 2 lean cups a day, commissioners. So I said to try to make sure that I could be as coherent as possible. So, when individuals do call this service, so for context for the commissioners, who are they speaking with? They're speaking with clinicians. They're not speaking with law enforcement. And those clinicians have a background in, so they're either a Bachelor of Nursing, Social Work, or Occupational Therapy, and a minimum of 2 years mental health experience. That's the clinical requirements to come work on the team, and they work in a rotating shift pattern that closely mirrors the watches. And we have 4 officers that are seconded to this team. So for the purposes, again, of informing the commissioners, these officers are officers who have completed a higher level of mental health training, so the CIT training, and they come with agreeable to 2 years minimum as a part of this team, with the idea that eventually they'll return to patrol and share that knowledge. I will say, I always note about the unmarked cars that when I started with the team, we had unmarked police vehicles that looked like unmarked police vehicles. And certainly that could be somewhat stigmatizing coming to someone's home. We have evolved over the years and now have some wonderful minivans that serve a dual purpose, and that not only are we able to provide crisis supports in a low-key way, but we're also able to use that as a mobile office. So there are individuals, for a variety of reasons, that do not want to meet with a mental health clinician in home with law enforcement. So that's something that can be done on the road, and that, I can tell you from experience, that can happen all over the place. From a clinical objectives, and I won't get too bogged down in crisis theory and all of these pieces, but I do think it's important to note that the clinical underpinnings of this team and why we're here is to be the least intrusive option first. So we want to offer individuals, we have low threshold for access, but a high ability to direct individuals to appropriate care. So an individual can come to us and, as I mentioned earlier, it could be a simple connection with community-based supports, but it could also be the toe in the water, an individual reaching out for mental health support for the first time. They don't have to give us their name. They don't have to give us any information. This is confidential, and it's only as much as the individual would like to disclose. So ultimately, we work from a framework that, we want to work with the client and build trust and talk about a walking up of options or an escalating set of options for individuals depending upon the acuity of need. So ultimately, if we think about, the least intrusive option, that could be a connection with, like I said, a community-based support, or it could be our community mental health clinics or some of our specialty clinics through Nova Scotia Health or the IWK, or it could be something that requires something, a little bit more intensely, but we have a lot of options available to us in our toolkit. Like I said, we do work under the governance of the Involuntary Psychiatric Treatment Act, and we do want to work collaboratively with both families and clients, as well as the community, to find ultimate solutions that are a fit for everybody. I'll give you these numbers for a bit of context, and these are sort of provincial numbers with the telephone, because we do provide the provincial crisis line support across the province, though I can tell the commissioners that, a very heavy piece of this density falls within HRM, including integrated area. So we have a very high call volume, both in response, in person as well as by phone. And, those numbers are high, and so I'll leave those numbers there. I don't know if there's specific questions. I can certainly answer them after, but I don't think you probably want me to go too far down in statistics. I said we can all enjoy that so much. And ultimately, what we're trying to do is help law enforcement spend less time on scene with mental health calls. Ultimately, more appropriate access to mental health services. Is at the end of the day, we don't want law enforcement waiting in hospital any longer than they have to. Ultimately, we don't want people being at the hospital any longer than they have to, and that's the clients and citizens of HRM as well as Nova Scotia. And looking at making sure that we have a much more holistic approach to mental health crisis response. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt, and thanks, Superintendent Mason. Really appreciate the presentation, and we can open it up to questions subject to your desire, Chair. I may need the superintendent or Mr. White to come back up at some point, but I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much. Thank you to both of your team for providing that insight. Any questions? Commissioner Blackburn.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And just a couple of quick questions. I'm just wondering, do you know the percentage of cases that actually get referred to wellness court? I'm just wondering if that is a resource that is well used, or perhaps something that we need to be advocating more for. So that's thing one. Thing two, just wondering, how do you determine, you mentioned that, anytime you come across EDP, a form is filled out. So, I mean, how do you determine exactly who is an EDP? I based on the presentation, I see that the officers that are embedded with the mobile mental health training or mobile mental health crisis unit, I mean, they have specific, and I would suggest it's probably pretty in-depth training, but just wondering what kind of training is done for the average officer. As I mean, you could have somebody that presents extremely angry, and that could, might not be an indication of an EDP, but just wondering, about the training that goes into making that determination. Thank you.
I'll defer the question on the wellness court piece,
Sure.
that's outside of my purview, but I will speak to the training element. With the now in-house HRP cadet program, there is mental health training provided to cadet officers as a baseline, as well as we're included within the block training offerings through Halifax Regional Police. So they bring us back, I think around every 3 years or so, I said approximately. We're responding back. So again, it's basic training, but it's just helping officers. The whole purpose of the training is identification of mental illness or distress, and helping officers, what the training is called recognize, respond, and relax. So about having a little bit of better idea and having some strategies for how to intervene in a therapeutic way.
Beautiful. Thank you.
I have a question.
To answer the first question, so the provincial crown would have those details on exactly how many they refer, and some they would refer without sort of notifying back. So I don't really have that data set right now.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions from commissioners? I'm going to go to Commissioner Smith first as commissioner, and then we'll come back to you, Kathy.
Thanks, and I know Commissioner Critchie probably has questions, so I'll use his time. Well, okay, he's back now. So thank you both for coming, Superintendent and Mr. White. So since you're standing there, I'll ask my question for you. When does interaction that starts with police end with some of the health professionals become a health matter and not a police matter? Because again, understanding that, once it becomes a health matter, the confidentiality and those aspects. So I'm just wondering how your folks, when I say you or the royal you or in the health field, determine when you can kind of tell the police that this is now a health matter and you can't be involved. Because I know that's a tough road to hill to climb, whatever the
So one of the things that, because of our partnership, in terms of when we make that determination, oftentimes, one of the biggest resources that this service can be to officers, they may have been called for a criminal code matter, but upon arrival, it quickly is understood it's a health matter.
Right.
So at that point, that call is just handed over to that team for the most part. And so then, at that point, law enforcement, in the technical sense of patrol members, is no longer involved. And that's something that the clinicians and the designated officers can follow up on as appropriate. Or just simply the clinicians, because maybe it's somebody that doesn't require that in-person response. It can be a conversation. So at that point, one of the things with our EDP responses is that through our memorandum, we have 5 agreed upon statements around what we can share back with officers. And they're very broad in terms of respecting client confidentiality. So once law enforcement hands that over to us, and I know, I'm sure at times, because, the members care and they want to know what happens to these individuals, but, unfortunately, that becomes health matters. We're not able to share that back. So it's really around these standard response around, yes, we followed up and contact was sort of made and service provided, and sort of very broad strokes like that. Unfortunately, we can't get any more specific because then ultimately those are confidential health matters.
Right.
And certainly once we get to the place of Section 14 becoming involved, specifically the application of the act, well, that is it's a civil hospital admission that's occurring, not a forensic hospital admission. And so at that point, the civil matter supersedes any criminal matter because the individual is admitted to hospital.
Great. Thank you.
Thank
No,
you.
that's very helpful. And for Superintendent Mason, thinking of this process, and thank you for laying it out as best you can, because I can understand it gets really complex. From an outside view, it feels like that process can happen pretty quickly from the time that, when it's a criminal matter, from when officers pick up the individual and then they end up in court. But for someone who's on the inside, like how long can that process lead before they get to a point from when they are interacting with the officer to when they end up in front of a judge and them making a decision? How long does that process usually take?
So it would depend on the criminal matter, and it would tend, so if that person is brought before the court or is arrested at night, say, and they were brought before the court in the morning, then they could have, they could be either, the court could order a psychiatric evaluation on their own. And then Matt might be able to say exactly how long the EDP would take for that mental health response team to be engaged with that individual on the back end. The maximum number of hours we can hold anybody is 24.
Right.
Right. So it would be within those parameters, short of a weekend where the person was remanded to the correctional center and the correctional center has other services available that they can provide to the individual over that weekend time frame.
Right.
So maximum 24 is the best I can tell you.
So that's helpful. So the only time that you would have that individual longer than 24 hours is if it was determined by the courts or the judge or the whatever team that we think that you need to hold this person longer.
That's correct.
Okay.
And that would be through consultation with the Crown
Gotcha.
and the JP Center
Okay.
and things of that nature.
That was, you answered the question I was trying to ask without me asking, so I appreciate that. Yeah, that, and the other piece, just to clear, you said that forms that were submitted, I missed the number. Do you know how many that was that forms were submitted related to?
I'm for 2022.
Yes.
I believe it was in the area of 4,600. I was going to be corrected, 4,630 or right around that number, and 651 of those individuals were taken to hospital by police under the IPTA.
Right, because I thought I heard you say a lesser number than what the amount was, but you did mention that.
Okay.
That
I apologize.
no, but I say
That was
lesser
my
number,
intent.
like I thought I heard like 400 or something, but I thought I heard it correctly. So that, I think you were right. I just might have heard it correctly. So thank you for that. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I'm just going to go to CAO if that's a shared question and then come back to you.
Thank you very much for the great presentation. Who doesn't love a really good business process flowchart? And I'm all about evidence-based decision-making. One of the questions I have is whether it's possible, I suspect we're not tracking that information now, but whether there's any merit or consideration to trying to get to the time at different steps in those business processes, particularly the time that it takes to wait for the physical health assessment or mental health assessment. So then there could be a sit-down discussion with respect to public health about establishing some service targets. One of my concerns is the impact, and I've gone on a ride along now, so I've got to see, a few of the calls and the number of officers that are there waiting in the hospital for the assessment to come. I'm really a little concerned about the impact that has on member safety if we're not able to maintain minimum staffing levels to do other policing response. So I'd like to get to the point that we actually have good data that we could go encourage a sit down with the Department of Health and the CEO of the hospital to talk about, how can we make that process a little bit faster?
Very good question, very timely. Through our discussions with Matt and his team, I can tell you that, and through our analyst, I can tell you that it's basically a 5-hour wait time. That could be, we've been there into the teens of hours, dependent, right? However, what we're trying to do is through Matt and his team, we're trying to pilot a different approach, and we've been meeting for the last several months about having a specific place located in the hospital that has all of the technology available to the officer so that they can submit these reports and do some work while they're there, and we can actually limit the number of officers that are attached. So, for example, if we have 2-3 people that are at the hospital and we have 4 to 6 officers that are tied up guarding those people, we would like to pilot, and we're going to pilot on number 2 watch, people that are officers that are specifically CIT trained, that Matt referenced earlier, that will be attached to the hospital should an EDP person come in. So we will draw from that pool. They will go for the evening or for however long it takes. Our hope is twofold. One, we'll lessen the number of people that we have to have at the hospital. But we're also hoping to build bridges and relationships with the hospital so that we can answer other peripheral questions that come up just in the day-to-day routine of somebody that's there, maybe somebody that's arrested for impaired driving, and the officer doesn't understand why they can't get a blood sample without a warrant. So if we have somebody that's there as almost a liaison, and those people are similar or repeated, then we get that familiarity per watch, we get that relationship building, and we're hoping that assists us, both agencies, long term.
Great idea.
Commissioner Critchley. Did you want to respond?
No, that's okay.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I really appreciate that update as well. I guess I have a couple questions kind of following up on the CAO's questions and some of my own. So what is the legislative requirement under IPTA requiring an officer to stay at the hospital? Is it in the regulations or the?
It is, yeah.
Okay.
So it's in the regulations, and it speaks to that the officer must stay up to a maximum of 24 hours again, until that individual has been cleared medically. The term medical is used in the act, but it speaks to medical and mental health. Okay. So that person has to be cleared by the doctor in charge. There are changes coming to IPTA currently. I believe it's in the third reading of the legislature, but we don't know exactly what that will entail. But right. Currently, that would be the situation.
Okay, that was my understanding. The reason I asked around that is that you mentioned the wellness court. So my colleague from legal aid is on the IPTA committee that was reviewing the legislation. So I wondered, because it seems as though, in line with what you're trying to pilot, that if a regulatory change can be made, then perhaps you could have somebody else acting in that role, freeing up officers to go back and do what they're doing, address the CAO's concerns around officer safety and things like that.
Yes.
Okay, so I have a couple more questions, if that's okay. The next was, you talked about the EDP forms and the number of forms per year. I wondered if you could say a little bit about, I'm assuming that's the absolute number of EDP forms. You know how many individuals that would make up on a year-over-year basis? Probably it's a hard answer off the top of your head, but I'm just saying, is that the sort of thing that, information that is available to you?
We certainly could get that.
Yeah. Okay. And what other sorts of demographic information or identifying information might be kept? Like, I'm wondering, you know, I asked about, are there individuals who are overrepresented in your body? They're making up, you know, a small number of individuals making up a large number of EDP calls. And then, are there certain regions or certain times of day when EDP calls are coming in most frequently? Is that something that?
What I can say is globally, every time we've looked at service acuity related to this group, it matches patrol's heaviest call volume around EDPs, which generally historically has been around 11 in the morning to 11 at night. There's been a little bit of a drop, you know, maybe a little extension, but that's why we've matched our mobile patterns sort of around that.
Okay.
As far as you know, data collected related to individuals, I said, you know, that becomes healthcare information because
Sure,
at that point, but sort of in broad strokes, I think there are underrepresented communities for a variety of reasons that we haven't done a good enough job reaching out to. And so I think that's something that we continue to work on as a group.
Okay, thanks. A couple more questions, that's okay. I know that there was an independent evaluation of the team conducted in 2010, and I know Mr. Moore was involved in that. I'm wondering if you could say, since then, kind of what evaluations of the program have gone on?
So there was a provincial review done of the provincial crisis line in right before the pandemic. So I'm going to say about 2019. I said, because everything kind of, you know, pre-pandemic, post-pandemic. So approximately 2019. And so with that came down a set of recommendations to us that we're in the process of working through, as well as you know, broader provincial work related to how we work with law enforcement across the province, how we improve access to all Nova Scotians. As you know, this is a provincial service, but we still see a really heavy call volume density within our HRM central zone area, which makes sense because of our partners at the regional police, as well as our integrated RCMP colleagues. And so we would anticipate that, you know, there continues to be more work to be done to educate public, but with infrastructure and resources to follow with that.
Okay, thanks. Next question, if that's okay, is so you talked about, you know, you gave a breakdown of the numbers for as they related to, sorry, I'm just trying to pull it up. Telephone calls and then mobile visits, and then in brackets HRM only. And so I just want to get a sense for the HRM only. Can you clarify for me what times of day is that team available for, and what is the geographic region that they cover?
Yep. So 11 a.m. to 1 a.m.
Okay.
And that covers all of kind of core HRM that's serviced by Halifax Regional Police, as well as our integrated RCMP service areas, including up to Tantallon, like Upper Sackville, Mount Uniacke area, and then down as far as sort of, I always use the marker of Twin Oaks Hospital, thinking about Musquodoboit generally, but you know, certainly understanding that HRM does respond or does carry beyond that. So something that we've been actively working on as a mental health and addictions program is looking at what virtual care options that we can provide for some of those service areas that might be outside the geographical boundaries of what the mobile response is available.
Okay, thanks. And just one last question, if that's okay. What is the, like, I know obviously what the budget contribution is from the Halifax side, and as you know, as the police board, we're responsible for the budget. What is the annual budget for the program? And how has the budget changed on a year-over-year basis over the last 10 years?
Yeah, so I can certainly get the definite numbers. I don't have the specifics right in front of me today, Vice Chair.
Okay,
But what I would say globally is that we've expanded our service. Anecdotally, around 2008, I believe we had 4 clinicians per 24-hour shift with 4 officers, and now we have 6, soon to be more for 24 hours. So we've been continued to increase our clinical FTE to support these phone interventions.
Okay, I appreciate that, and you know, I mean, I'm sure we can try and get that information. And you know, the reason I was asking is that obviously just purely on the HRM side, I can look year over year at how much is budgeted for this initiative, and it seems as though it's stayed fairly consistent across time, at least in the HRM contribution. But then I look, for instance, at 2013, and the amount budgeted was 422,000, which is almost double what, you know, the number now is more in the ballpark of 200,000. So I'm wondering, just, you know, and it's information that we can get from, you know, HRP and, you know, for a field of board meeting, but I just want to know, obviously calls are going up, and is the budget increasing? You've indicated there's more clinicians, which is wonderful, but is the budget increasing in proportion to the increasing call volume?
Sure. I think we can certainly look into that for you, Vice Chair.
Thanks so much.
I will say when numbers go up, that doesn't always necessarily mean a bad thing. Oftentimes, I know when this training first started, and it was like, oh my goodness, the police calls for mental health assistance went way up, but it was that things were being coded appropriately. So sometimes it's about better identification as well.
Sorry for that.
Thank you. I don't see any further, so thank you all. Thank you, Dan, Chief Dan Kinsella, for pulling your team together. And Chief Christie, do you have presentation ready?
Well, good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues here today, members in the gallery, and of course online. I'll introduce you to Staff Sergeant Lyndon Morrison. Lyndon Morrison is currently the acting operations officer in Lower Sackville. He's no stranger to the audience here. And I want to welcome Lyndon. And Lyndon, I'll turn over the presentation to you.
Thank you, sir. Chair, commissioners. I'd like to thank HRP for their mental health for their presentation. You covered a lot of stuff I was going to cover, so appreciate that. So the IPTA or IPTA, I like that. So this has already been covered. Our authorities to apprehend somebody who's having a mental crisis. It just elaborates a little bit on people who are about to commit or committing a criminal offense. They have a mental disorder that is likely to suffer serious physical impairment or serious mental deterioration, or somebody who's going to cause self-harm. So this goes a little bit further into the IPTA, such as a person may be detained for up to 24 hours. And that is so that they can be cleared and seen by all of the professionals. Once this is done, the peace officer or other authorized person, they must remain with the client or the patient, I guess, until they're cleared. Then afterwards, they have to be, the peace officer either has to pay for that person to go back to where they were taken to or another appropriate place or drive them back. So as we know, the police are the de facto first responders for persons in a mental health crisis, which could include suicidal, self-harm, potential harm to others, disturbances, or other criminal code matters. When members arrive on scene, it's very dynamic and it's inherently high risk. If someone needs to be detained under the IPTA and they are violent, the police transport them to the hospital, often with two members where they are triaged, seen by the ER nurse and doctor, then wait to be seen by a psychiatric nurse, and finally the psychiatrist. They are formed or held or released, in which the police are responsible to bring them back. This process routinely takes 8, 16, and in some cases 30 hours. These are the Halifax District RCMP's numbers from 2017 to 2022. And in line with HRP, our numbers are steadily going up. EDP forms, that was explained. In 2022, we had 1,040. And IPTA forms 94. And just to explain the IPTA forms, there is times seen by a psychiatrist, times brought in, times seen by the nurse, times seen by the triage doctor. All those times are listed. Member hours, 706, again, conservative. A mental illness crisis are the only health emergency in which police are the first responders. and are the default. By responding and transporting persons in crisis can appear to be criminalization of mental illness, transported in the same way as an armed robbery suspect, etc. By being in the same police car with the same members in uniform. And just by the presence of the police in a uniform, it can trigger some people during a mental health crisis and escalate the situation by just the mere presence of us. Some gaps, weaknesses, strengths, opportunities. Delays in access to timely treatment keeps members away from public safety responsibilities. Mental health is not a crime. And as the CAO said, when we take our members off the street, there's less members to respond, which it can be an officer safety issue as well. The IPTA was talked about that the laws are being updated and the regulations. We continue to take training, but we'll never be doctors or mental health professionals. And as things change and evolve, so does our training. Moving forward, a blended response, such as in-person attendance by mobile mental health-based specialized response, which may include police, depending on the situation. These are some of the training courses that we take. The ones in bold with the stars are mandatory courses currently. There's always new courses being added. Crisis intervention and de-escalation, or that's an Agora course. Road to mental readiness. That is a classroom course. Trauma-informed approach. And the list goes on and on. These are our mental health and de-escalation training. And CIT was mentioned. We do have some members with CIT training, especially in our CART team. But basically the sky's the limit when it comes to this. But like I said, we'll never be doctors, we'll never be specialists in the field. So in summary, the IPTA or the IPTA, current model of primary mental health. Yeah. And increasing calls and time involved in mental health responses. It does affect the front line of policing. It's not an easy solution, but it is something that we need to look at. Moving forward, what are our gaps, weaknesses, strengths, and opportunities? Thank you, sir.
Just want to acknowledge Lyndon, who's a watch commander and still daily on shift often. He's often managing those responses at 2 a.m. when things get complex. So folks like Lyndon and Superintendent Mason have that current, just like DPAC, real-time insights in terms of how these can escalate. My message to the board would be a couple key parts. We haven't talked about today is sometimes you can just basically cajole. You can take a file that's evolving and you can voluntarily sort of create the environment where that person goes into the healthcare system without necessarily being arrested. In a perfect scenario, the RCMP in the areas that we police wouldn't get a call, right? We don't get a call when someone's having a heart attack. We might if the ambulance is delayed or something like that. It goes to the primary responder. But in the RCMP Halifax area, we might be able to tap into some of the telemobile abilities of the mobile mental health network crisis response team, but we're not joint. And there may be an opportunity there to explore, and we're actively trying to reach out with some folks, whether we're knocking on the right doors or not, to see if we can look at that new model for the RCMP core areas. I do think it is respectfully a little bit of an inequality. The fact that you may be in an RCMP jurisdiction like Cole Harbour and Tantallon, and you may or may not be able to access that 12-hour scheduled mobile mental health response team. There is no substitute for the real skills and experience our colleagues in health have in terms of the police officer. Having said that, I think I think there's a renewed emphasis, and I think COVID-19 brought home to all of us the importance of these areas and mental health. So, I would say it's a very important topic for the board. It's a topic that we're pleased to contribute to. And the numbers, we rely on someone like Sheila, our civilian member analyst, to sort of punch numbers and provide context. So we're also having a comm staff for the counselors here probably in a month or 6 weeks. We can certainly talk to Sheila about some of her insights too. But together, we can do better with mental health. And I think my respectful submission was we have some work to do, particularly in RCMP areas in this area.
Okay, any questions? Remember, Commissioner Giles.
Thank you, Chief. Your final comment was a good segue into my question. It seems perhaps self-evident, but I'm going to point it out anyway. Officers who take people who are in the throes of psychiatric crisis to healthcare facilities are not getting any priority in terms of treatment, I take it.
Yeah, so thank you, Commissioner. Chair, through you to the Commissioner and to folks. So, when we bring a person under detention to the healthcare system, we are subordinate to that healthcare system. And so we bring the person and they triage it at the hospital in accordance with their procedure. Not always is a person in mental health crisis may be deemed, high enough priority to jump to that fast queue. And that's not a criticism. We all recognize folks providing emergency room care. It could be having cardiac issues, other issues, et cetera, all through that spectrum. But no, to your key point, we're not necessarily fast-tracked in. And so that begets the question of the realization that sometimes we do have members that may be there we'll have watches change over, and we'll be replacing members in the hospital that may have been there already for 6, 8, or 10 hours. And then there's 2 more members at the watch switchover going to relieve them. So you can certainly tie up members for a considerable amount of time, up to 24 hours.
The section refers to peace officers, but not exclusively, as the custodians for people who are in the throes of psychiatric crisis who are taken to healthcare institutions. It refers also to other authorized persons, not a term which is defined in the Act, unfortunately. Has any consideration been given to the creation or the definition or the establishment of those other authorized persons who can take the place of peace officers once a person is landed in the hospital and waiting for treatment?
Yeah, Chair, through you to the Commissioner. Thank you, sir. I'm aware, again, the board would know I'm back fairly recently. I have found myself on a discussion group with the Department of Justice. I'm not exactly sure where that group is. Chief Dave McNeil is on that. And it's looking, Department of Justice has sponsored a group looking at sort of better outreach in this area. But to the key part about who would take ownership, yeah, many of us in the RCMP would say you take someone to hospital, they can be restrained or cared for by somebody within that healthcare system. Just like when there's a medical transport, I came out of the north. Not always, if somebody is, for lack of a better word, being escorted, can they be, for lack of a better word, medicated? If they're violent, can they be put in restraints? There's a whole spectrum about what is the right response, not to further exacerbate somebody in a mental health crisis. But the RCMP, when we take someone to hospital, are subordinate to and support healthcare. So really, who any individual hospital identifies for, if the attending nurse asks the RCMP to wait with somebody in the front counter, then we wait. We wait.
So the bottom line is, as you pointed out, there are not insignificant gaps in the process,
100%.
which negatively affect healthcare, negatively affect policing, negatively affect social welfare, protection of the public, and perhaps negatively affect, most importantly, the person who's the subject matter of their restraint.
Yes, Chair, through you to the Commissioner, if we were able to drop the outcomes of the amount of time police officer waiting in a hospital, say to 4 hours, I think you would see the sizable savings and platform where RCMP officers are back doing other core law enforcement duties. But we need to strive towards an outcome that other people all sort of buy into. And that's why we welcome the views of the board in this area. But I would like to see, in a personal world 2 or 3 years from now, an expanded RCMP presence on that mobile mental health team I would love to see basically outcomes of targeted times for wait times of police officers and folks in crisis being in that emergency room. I would like to see us move, aspirationally in that direction.
Thank you.
Commissioner Blackburn?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you so much for the presentation. And towards the end, you said something that kind of tweaked me a bit. You're talking about ambulances, and that you wouldn't be called necessarily for a heart attack unless there wasn't an ambulance available, in which case you guys would get the call. And we heard this council during our budget process. The increase, sort of the strain that's on the EHS system is putting a strain on, say, for example, our firefighters. Our firefighters are finding that they're getting called out more and more for medical issues because ambulances are not available. So I'm just wondering if either one of the agencies have done a real dig into the reason for the increased calls. I mean, have you determined that the reason for the increase in calls is because there is an increase in mental health crises? Or are you seeing an increase in the calls because there's not enough ambulances out there that, traditionally would pick up that type of, work, but they're just not out there. So the calls are landing on your doorstep.
Chair, through you to the commissioner, on those 2 points, we are doing some tracking around when ambulances are not available. And we sort of have to shift resources around. And there's even been a case where we reached out to some senior EHS staff to flag a case example of that and ask that to be reviewed. And they were very open and receptive to that. The subset of that question is, why is there more response? I would say that the more response or calls for service to RCMP areas, and we would probably need Sheila to speak into that based on some analysis, is not to do with the accessibility of EHS. It is to do with folks reporting somebody that needs assistance or may be violent. And I would just say, Commissioner, to you and the other folks here today, and I would defer to some of our learned colleagues who may wish to speak into it. It's that criticality that when somebody's entering a mental health crisis, it might not just be one member responding. It might not just be 2 members responding. There might be 3 or 4 members responding. And there's exciting innovation happening in this space. Some agencies in the country are even pioneering body-worn cameras, being able to see live. I think the city of Fredericton is looking at that, their chief. So if somebody's in crisis and somebody can't be there, the solution might not always be sort of a paired response with mental health clinicians, but it's a best practice established in many of the HRM core areas, but not necessarily in the RCMP areas. I think what's important is that all of us within this space, mental health, and you're going to hear an example of this in Deepak's presentation coming up, it's our commitment to do better. And it's our commitment to work together to do better rather than each entity in sort of isolation.
Before we leave
Thank
this,
you.
if we could, just 1 second, Harry, I wondered if Mr. White would have anything to offer around the question around the trends on mental health calls in relation to policing and as well potentially for the mental health crisis team collaboration.
Yeah, if she reports to me. Yeah.
Just makes sense, I think, from
Sure.
Commissioner's
I think,
question.
I guess there's a couple of things. One, there's been a tremendous amount of public health literacy that's come out around reaching out for help and support around mental health concerns. So I do think people are more readily accessible. I mentioned it briefly during my presentation time. I think sometimes looking at numbers too is that, we see an increase in mental health calls for mental health from our police colleagues, but there's also now an increased ability to identify that's what it is. So I think if you were going to measure those data, you'd have to also look at historically what may have been determined as either a public disturbance, assist citizen calls, things that historically have been coded as something differently. I think you have to really delve into that data. I said so, and again, I'm certainly not an expert in that, but I do believe if we were going to take that as a starting place, I think that would be good. It's because I do think because we've had such an increased awareness, we're doing a great job of tracking that now. But where we get to a baseline to kind of really mine that data out, I think the other thing to keep in mind is that with COVID, I'll say COVID specifically, thinking about the last several years, that has been a tremendous stressor on everybody. And so, thinking about any type of healthcare issue, there's a psychological impact that comes with that. So having individuals reaching out for support, it makes sense that you would see some of that as well.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you, Chief, for your indulgence and that shared opportunity to answer some of those questions. And Commissioner, are you finished with yours? Yeah. Or would you like to
Done
come
with
back?
the questions. I don't know if there are any further questions.
There
for the-
is, I think Commissioner
Okay.
Critchley would like to
I'll come back
ask.
then. Thank you.
I might ask another question, and Mr. White, if you have an answer or someone else has an answer, then, I'd be very happy to hear it. So I guess I have two sets of questions. So one is drawing on what Commissioner Giles said. So, there's this provision in the regulations for the authorization for authorized persons, right? It says a peace officer or an authorized person. So, and you talked about a pilot project. The other question I would have, and it might be something that needs looking into, and there could be an update provided, is the chief officer with the approval of the minister can appoint special constables, and special constables have all the powers of a peace officer. So I know that, for example, at the prisoner care facility, you have non-sworn officers working there who have certain kinds of authority. So I guess my question would be, has any thought been given to using the existing powers under the Police Act to have specialized staff appointed in special constable roles to help address some of these concerns, right? Where you have a large number of officers waiting in emergency rooms, could they be handed off to a special constable who has the powers of a peace officer, meets the requirement of legislation as it is, without needing to wait for kind of legislative change?
I'm not sure if I'm the best person to speak to that, but what I would say is that right now, health and justice are at the table looking at all ways of improving mental health, that interaction between mental health, law enforcement, and our citizens. So I think there's a lot of exciting opportunities coming soon. I don't know specifically to that around special constables at the emergency department. I'm not briefed on that, but I do think if we were to be invited back here in a year's time or 2 years time, I think we're going to have some exciting developments here to share, because I think I've never seen such a urgency and a push to get us all together at the same table and find some of those solutions. So I said, looking forward to it.
Thank you. Chief, did you want to?
Chief,
Ed?
I might, Chair, I might ask if I believe Chief Kinsella has a comment. Respectfully. Okay.
Okay.
So I think there isn't, Chair, through you to the Commissioner, I think there are layered models that we can examine, but there needs to be, as our colleague said, examination by others that can grant that authority or can look at that model. So it's I think, an important topic for the board to continue to look to say, are we making progress on it?
Thank you. Okay, I think that's great.
I think Chief Kinsella, Chair, might have a comment.
Chief, did you have anything to offer there? No, okay. Okay. Thank you for your presentations. Thank you for everyone for enlightening us here today. And I believe Commissioner Blackburn has something else to add. It's not in relation to your presentation specifically, it's more board related.
All right.
I mean,
Thank
it
you.
is related, but.
Yeah. All right, so yes, I'd like to move a motion that having received a presentation from Halifax Regional Police and Halifax District Royal Canadian Mounted Police regarding mental health calls response, that the Board of Police Commissioners request a staff report providing data from HRP and RCMP regarding their response to mental health calls, including total calls for mental health by time of day and days of week over a 2-year period, percentage of calls requiring the use of the IPTA to take someone to a medical facility, percentage of calls in which the individual was kept in hospital under the IPTA, and the percentage returned home with no stay, percentage of calls in which persons kept in hospital when the MHMCT was involved in the call and the advised transport to hospital, and any other applicable information. Oh, that the Board of Police Commissioners request that HRP and RCMP to cooperate with the Community Safety Office in its establishment of costing and partnership models for a community mental health crisis service. I so move. Oh, perfect. All right. Thank you very much, Commissioner Smith. So, yeah, I mean, this, if these presentations have taught me anything, it's that we definitely need some more information. We know the path that we want to eventually go down, and I think just sort of coming up with some initial numbers on what it would take to set up or stand up a community mental health crisis service. That's definitely the path that we're walking towards, and this just helps us get a little bit closer with some more information. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Blackburn. I'm just thinking, we have Bill Moore here in the room, and he is the HRM Public Safety Office Director. And the second part of that motion is in relation to the Community Safety Office in establishing costing and partnership models for community health, mental health crisis service. Do you have anything to enlighten us on where you might be with regards to that for the commissioners to consider in this debate?
Thank you, Chair through to the Commission. Well, I guess what I would say is that that work is part of the public safety strategy renewal that was approved by Council in early March. There is some timelines around that work. There has been discussion about potentially moving up the timelines around some of that work now that we've moved the Public Safety Office into the newly formed Community Safety Business Unit. So I would suspect that would be aligned with that particular work. And once we have these, and I know there's been some discussion at the Public Safety Office level. I've not really had any deep discussions at this point, but obviously with this motion, that would certainly create an opportunity to do that. And looked at, and I think that, I guess what I would say is, because there's been really no deep discussions, we don't know what that function, it may be a civilianized approach with the mental health co-response model and the like. So there's no predisposition, I guess, but certainly the exploration of a civilianized approach in addition to what we have is certainly within scope.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Any further questions or clarification that any other members? Commissioner Smith?
Thank you, Chair, and just trying to there's a lot in this, so just trying to wrap my head around it for seeing it for the first time. So, and thanks, Bill, for coming up. We have two major reports. We have the mass casualty, and then the police transformation report that we just received at Council. So, is this the purpose of this to connect those two? Is this outside of those because I know there's recommendation related to mental health crisis service and I don't think it might have been a mental health crisis. I can't remember off the top, but I know there was in both reports recommendations to create a mental health crisis service in partnership with community members. So I'm just wondering, is this motion to start that work ahead of what happens with those two reports? Or is this more to gather data to help inform those reports that we receive? So just a little clarity on what the purpose of this is today.
Thank you. I was in discussions on this. I see it as the more towards the latter, which is informing us. We have had, we're all looking forward to having these presentations today. Wanted to realize for further considerations, we have a lot of intersecting things, as you said, that are coming forward from a board's perspective. I think personally that this data can help inform us on the impact that it has on those that are in need of a different approach, those who are experiencing these situations, but also on our resourcing from the chief's requests on resourcing and such, on the impact and of having our officers there at the hospital and all those. I mean, we touched on it today, but the data would be more informing.
Thank you. And maybe Bill or someone else who is able to answer can just come up again. So actually, maybe Bill, you can answer this because you mentioned it. Did you say that you're already going to be doing this work, or you're already doing it now, or you're hoping to do it? Just if you can clarify what you meant by that.
So as part of the deliverables discussed in the public safety strategy, the renewal of the public safety strategy that was approved by council, part of that work in the action plan is the exploration of alternative responses. And one of those is a mental health response.
Right.
And as I said, there's been no defined approach, but it's about exploring the opportunity. And if the word continuum was used here, there may be a set of responses that may not have to go to police necessarily. If there's no, and this is just criteria off the top of my head, if there is no perceived violence, there's no perceived issues, that there's an ability to have an outreach response to those types of issues that would preclude the use of police at all.
Right.
Then there may be a subset that may have a police component, and that's why it's suggested it may turn out to be a co-response model as part of that broader continuum. But the direction, as I understand it in the public safety strategy and approved by council, was to explore those options.
In the data that's being asked for in this motion, would you already be looking at providing this data, or is it outside of what you were thinking?
I would say this would be impartial. I don't know what data right now Dr. Siciliano has in relation to that piece, but it would be certainly part of the discussion and with the providers. And I guess I'll put my other hat on for just a moment. Obviously, the other piece around the PwC report does have some discussion around that. That's still before council and will continue to be discussed next Tuesday. So there is a piece around interagency working and now, and the creation of the public safety space in that as well. So a lot of moving parts, but I think they were all potentially be very complementary and provide an opportunity for a good collaborative discussion on the response model in totality.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Commissioner Critchley?
Thank you. Overall, I think this is a very strong motion. I agree that there's always a need for more data. I agree. I really like the language around cooperating with community safety. I know both our chiefs are already doing that very fulsomely. So, but it's nice to have guidance from the board in that regard. I'm wondering, Commissioner Blackburn, like you, I was pretty struck by Chief Superintendent Christie's comments as they related to access to the existing services in RCMP areas. And, I think the language he used was inequality, right? And that's a pretty strong word. We've heard from Mr. White, we've heard from Chief Superintendent Christie, that there's a lot of change in this area, and there's a lot of discussions ongoing within the RCMP to see, can the mobile team service be expanded in those non-integrated areas? So I would propose a sort of friendly amendment, which would request an update to as the Chief Superintendent has those discussions with the mobile mental health crisis team as it exists currently. Can he come back to the board and inform us as to what steps are being taken to expand the scope of the existing service, both in terms of its geographical representation and the time of days in which it is available? So again, I'm sure that the Chief Superintendent will do that. He does a great job keeping us on top of things, but I think that was highlighted as a priority, especially for councillors from RCMP jurisdictions, that there is a service that's available. It's in some ways the best practice, and how can we ensure that while continuing to support the move to a civilianized model, that the existing service is meeting the needs of everyone in Halifax.
Thank you. I just want to confirm, Commissioner Blackburn, do you consider that to be a friendly amendment? And seconder, you okay with it? Yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Critchley, can you please repeat that, please?
Oh, yeah. So just request an update regarding ongoing conversations with respect to the expansion of the mobile mental health mobile crisis team into RCMP jurisdiction beyond what is already available.
That's satisfy that?
Yeah, thank you.
Any further questions on Commissioner John?
I have to say respectfully, I'm a little bit concerned. We have politicians crawling all over each other, trying to endorse this report and that report and the recommendations in all of them. And I think all of that is very good and very worthwhile work. But now against the backdrop of a presentation that we just had, that some of this stuff is already in the undertaking, we're going to task somebody against the backdrop of all of the other stats and all of the other information they're assembling with respect to various reports and various recommendations with more kind of busy work. And I'm just wondering if that's the best bang for the buck against the backdrop of everything else which is going on.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner- Is there any further debate? If not, we can call for the question. I don't know where Commissioner Critchley went, so we're gonna have to carry on with business. Just call for the question. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The motion's carried. Thank you, Commissioner. And I think right now, in the interest of everyone, we should take a housekeeping break. And 5 minutes. Do you want to turn that off for me? The next agenda item, I'll tee this up, is 10.2.3, but before we do that, we are now past the hours of our meeting expectations, so we'll need a motion from the floor to extend. Motion to extend and seconded by Commissioner Blackburn. We'll say for an hour and in hopes that that's enough, but perhaps we can finish up well in advance of that. So now we'll call upon Chief Superintendent Jeff Christie as well to tee this up for the presenter.
In the interest of time, I won't repeat that, other than I hope the sandwich is good. Next to me is Deepak Prasad. Deepak, similar to Mr. Bill Moore, similar to Dan Casella, recently was a recipient of the Member of Order of Merit of Police Services, and just traveled about 2 weeks ago up to the Governor General's house. And I just want to acknowledge Bill Moore, Chief Casella, and Deepak for that wonderful honor that's bestowed on a super small percentage of serving police officers. So Deepak, congratulations on that. Deepak is also a postgraduate student working on his doctorate and is well versed in community policing. I first met Deepak probably 14, 15 years ago when we both served in Northeast Nova District. And I'm going to turn the presentation over to Deepak. And Deepak, if you'd come forward and take us through. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. 14 years ago, I had much more hair and sir had less gray hair, but then we've both just aged on. So thank you very much for having me here, folks. I've been able to present in front of the Board of Commissioners a number of years ago when I was in the wellness office for the RCMP, and Commissioner Smith is the one I recognize. Maybe Commissioner Blackburn, I think you were there as well. So thank you very much for having me back. So just a little bit about me before I sell my project to you folks here is I'm originally from Vancouver. Moved here to Nova Scotia in 2009, fell in love with the province, fell in love with the people, fell in love with my job that I took on with the RCMP. And in 2019, I transferred down to Halifax here. I was in wellness at the headquarters office, and just early this year got to take on the reins here at community policing in Halifax District. It's been a very huge learning curve, but I have come to a really cool realization that Halifax is a great place to live. And how can I contribute as a police officer and as a resident into making HRM just a better place than what it is right now? So my name is Deepak. I'm the NCO in charge of the Community Policing Victim Services Unit. So we do school resource, we do community work. We also do victim services, and we have a number of volunteers in both Citizens on Patrol and Victim Services that help us deliver some of our projects. So today I'm going to talk to you about I'll go back here for a second. Community Action Response Team, a pilot program, which was known as CART. And we'll run you through why we're running this proposal through, what our mandate is, how our referral process, how we deal with the privacy, how we deal with the assessment of when we have referrals coming in. We have a triage process because we do have a lot of calls at times to run through. Going to run you through a little bit of a case study, maybe a case example, 1 and 2, and then some measurements, and we'll kind of go from there. So I know that we're kind of over time, so I'll try to move as efficiently as possible. So I think, as we know, and we know the numbers from what Halifax Police and what Lyndon had shown earlier, the demands on policing have changed over the years. So our core mandate for community policing is policing services to schools, youth, community at large, senior citizens. But community has evolved, and there's been more of a demand on police to respond to different calls, and the numbers were ahead of us. So we're looking at evolving our program into a more client-centric and a strategic approach and effectiveness to address the client's needs. So in this evolution, this response, we're looking to do an 18-month project called CART, Community Action Response Team. At the basis of what CART, they're police officers that have a little bit more time to connect with people, build a relationship, and try to help them navigate through the system. That's the foundational work that we do. So we look at our policing mandates. We have a number. We have 4. So we look at persons youth and adults who are chronic with police engagement. individuals suffering from mental health struggles, displaced individuals. We look at places such as schools, displaced individual encampments, high or repeat calls for service, CompStat, which I believe you guys are having a presentation later this month, for identified patterns or trends. We also look at patterns, so youth crime, school-related trending crime, so human trafficking, drugs, images, cyberbullying. We look at property crime, we look at drug-related crime, trending crime. And we look at problems, so complex investigation within the public school system, compliance with court-related conditions, and then substance abuse problems. So what happens is, go to the next slide, which is the referral process. So I get to sit in the meetings at CompStat. I get to sit in meetings with the senior management team to see what's trending within our policing area. And so we have a system called the Client Relationship Management, the CRM program. So basically, we enter into a referral. Someone says to us that we're getting too many calls of service for person X. It comes to me. I have a look at their files within the system and say, okay, well, this person would benefit from connecting with the CART member, or just a regular police officer, to build a relationship and see how we can help them navigate through the system. The process has to be voluntary because we don't want to force anybody to do anything they don't want to do, but we just want to be there as a helping hand to kind of move forward. So we can take referrals from the General Duty Watch, which is the majority of our client, CompStat, other government agencies, and non-for-profit. So we've taken a referral recently from CMT, and we've also taken referrals from counselors from the HRM that have some concerns for their residents. So privacy is super important to us. So the CRM program is voluntary and trauma-informed. When a client engages with CART, their privacy is critical. We are currently in our development of a consent form, but in order to share information. But we don't do anything without the client's voluntary participation and also their express consent, saying, yes, please go ahead and contact Agency X for us or advocate for me here. So we don't do any of that stuff without their consent. So if a referral comes into me, I do a quick assessment, and that assessment means I look at the number of calls for service and the designated period of time, occurrence type, is it repetitive, is there a nexus to mental health, what options have been explored, was there any success, criminal history, is there a restorative justice approach that we can implement in this, the current state of mind of the client, voluntary engagement is required, a residency, are they in the HRP area or the RCMP areas of the jurisdiction, age, background, initial identification of issues leading to unwanted behavior, and is there a potential for escalating violence? Does it involve intimate partner violence? So we take all that into consideration. From that, if we go ahead and we're going to accept the client, we have to tier them at tier 1, 2, or 3. So tier 1 is our priority tier, which is a fear of bodily harm to self or others via criminal behavior or mental health concerns, an escalation of repeat incidents with criminal offense, a senior who may be at high risk for abuse or criminal behavior, a youth without adequate supervision and escalating criminal offenses over a short period of time, and youth who are considered high risk as per the Nunn Inquiry from 2005. Then we look at tier 2 and tier 3. So tier 2 is ongoing similar calls with criminal element over recent months, mental health concerns with no evidence of self-harm. The client has yet to be provided with resources or guidance on resources. And tier 3 is the bottom rung, and that's clients in repeat contact with police for non-criminal matters, and CRMs that are on on a positive path and has progressed from tier 1 to tier 2. So they've been able to get some support while they're waiting, and their progression is doing better. So I gave you all those numbers here. I'll just want to explain how this process kind of works, right? So we get a referral from the watch. So in this case here, this was a veteran person living in our area. We get a referral from the frontline members that we're getting a lot of calls for service. Yes, sorry. My apologies, a veteran CAF member there. And this veteran is struggling with substance abuse and mental health. And their first responding members, they go to the call, they try to provide the support, and then they go to the next call or they take the person to the hospital. What we do is, as a CART member, is we come in and we engage the client. We build a relationship, we build a rapport with them. We want to learn about what's happening. Now, this is completely voluntary, so we're not forcing them. If they say, don't come talk to me, that's totally fine. We respect that completely. So in this case, we identified there were struggles with alcohol and mental health. So then we start the navigation and the advocacy piece. So with consent, we connect with supporting organizations. We connected with them with Veterans Affairs Canada, Veterans Support Group. And as we progress, and this takes time as we're building relationships, as we're trying to understand what's worked, what hasn't worked. We were able to get this veteran into a facility, a treatment center outside of the province that was best suited for their needs. So we connected with the veterans groups, we connected with the veteran, and who agreed to take part in this process. And we actually drove them to the airport because they didn't have that ride. So we provided that. They were able to get the services and treatments. They were there for a number of period of time. And then when they came back, we did a bit of a transitional period. So returned home, we monitored, and then we disengaged with the client. Now, I have some stats in a second here about how this kind of panned out, but I have one more case I wanted to talk to you about. And please know that, there's a reason for me giving you case 1 and case 2, because you'll see from the numbers, how do we measure success? So in this case, we had a person who was under the age of 12 years old, and police were continuously being called. So as a referral from the watch again for repeat calls for service for an at-risk youth. Several calls of service involving violence and assault. So the assault was the person who was a young person assaulting their care providers. And the violence was with the care provider or with property. So we engaged. The watch members were concerned about the behavior would become criminal in nature, and when the person turns 12, then they can enter into the criminal system. We don't want that to happen because, as we said before, our goal is to get people to the restorative approach and to use some non-traditional policing methods there. So we were also concerned that a party involved would become injured during an altercation. This person, unfortunately, was arming themselves with items that would be considered a weapon, and we didn't want to enter in a situation where we're going to be someone was going to get hurt, whether it be the client or the people around him. So the navigation advocacy piece came with the care facility and child protection. So our member engaged with child protection, explained the concerns, tried to provide as much information as possible, offered to provide information for the IWK assessment piece and the CPS assessment piece. And at the end of the day, what happened is that this, Child Protection Services, who was the primary caregiver of this young person, concluded that based on the information that we gave to them, the facility that the child was at right now was not suitable for the demands of the child's needs. So they decided to transfer the child to a facility or to a care center that was better suited to take care of the needs of the child. And then, unfortunately, when that happened, there was really no transition because the child was just moved on to the next place, which is the better place for the child to get services. So if you look at the numbers here, so prior to us being engaged, there were 64 calls of service. And I'll give you a time frame on that. Sorry, I should be moving this along the same time. Now am I surprised? You guys are looking at all my numbers there. So here we go. So for the veteran, so there was we assessed the calls. So there was total. All calls in the system were measured at from 2006 to 2022. That's 64 calls. So there was 31 calls from January of 2022 to engagement with us in November. So the number of files that we did the math on was 64 prior to CART. During CART, so during our connection with the person, during our relationship building, during our advocacy, we saw that number to the watch drop to 5 calls. Now, with that said, I need to qualify the following as well, is that the client was calling the CART member directly and saying, hey, I know you're on shift today. I'm having struggles. Can you help me out? Perhaps as a person just to listen to talk to, or hey, I need to get to my medical appointment and kind of go from there. So we saw that staying at 5. So the veteran goes to get their treatment. They come back. We still see calls. We've seen 19 calls since the return, and that was upon the return early this couple of months ago. On the young person, we had 15 calls in very short succession prior to CART involvement, and they were violent in nature. That's what flagged us. And so that was from February 6th of this year to March 28th. During the CART engagement, we actually saw an increase in number of calls. We saw 20. So as we're trying to figure out what's going on, we still saw calls for service, and police officers were still responding. But in the background, the CART member was still gathering the data from the frontline members and having engagement with child protection. And then once the child was moved to a more suitable facility, we've obviously seen no calls of service there, which is great to see. So what do we measure? And as this is a pilot, so we're always looking at different ways in determining how this program is successful. As I said, we're just filling a gap right now, which we'll talk about in a second. So we're looking at the number of referrals, the number of referrals we accept, the referrals we don't accept or not in our mandate. If someone is violent towards police or just violent, not wanting to partake, we cannot take them into the CART program because it's a voluntary process. So the CRM, so prior number of calls for service and calls for service after engagement. We also look at, school zone traffic presentations based on trending issues and foot patrols, just to be able to monitor our services for our core mandate. So the future. So while CART program is currently focusing on mental health and non-criminal matters, it's not mobile mental health a program. So it's not mobile mental health. As we move forward in this journey, the ultimate goal would be for a CRM program to be assigned to an organization that is well suited to serve the needs of the clients. CART would always have involvement, but the primary agency may be another stakeholder. So for example, Schools Plus. Police had a very heavy involvement with Schools Plus. However, it's gone into the school system, and now we are a partner to that. But the best agency to deal with those the issues brought forward is the Schools Plus program. And as we start on our program, we are committed to working with the HR and Public Safety Office to ensure that we're in line with the public safety strategy. So we've had some discussions with Dr. Siciliano about the strategy that was just announced. There's a lot to digest, and we're trying to see where the linkages are. But I think we definitely have a partnership there waiting to happen. I see the boss is right next to me. Am I over my time, sir? Okay. Okay. So again, the basics of it, we're just filling a gap right now that we have people calling us who are struggling. They're calling us repeatedly, and we are just trying to send them somebody that's going to build a relationship with them, that's going to help them with their consent, advocate for their needs, and get them to the right place and hopefully get the help that they want. Because it's very heartbreaking as a police officer, as anybody, when someone is calling us repeatedly and their condition is deteriorating and nothing is happening to help them. So we try to help on the flip side to make things a little bit better.
If I could just add, Chair, to the group gathered, most of these positions, there's about 10 to 12, I think, on 13 on the team. Most of them are additional boots on the street type positions funded by the province. So they're not necessarily, they come with a mandate. So, and we try and respect the mandate of the positions we're gifted for. So again, one of the reasons about the CART is always making sure we're still providing out of those bodies presentations to seniors. We're providing presentations in response to schools. We're also working with that spectrum. But now there's a little bit of a framework that reflects how that group is looking at things in a more methodological and evidence-based inclusive approach. So I think we've got some great people leading the program. Again, lots of work and lots of mirroring to the ecosystem and the PwC report and the Public Safety Division. So lots of good stuff there. Stay.
Thank you. We have a question from commissioners. Commissioner Blackburn.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you so much for this presentation. Certainly, I've had my fair share of experiences with CART in my community, and this is a program that has been a game changer for a lot of folks. So I know it started out as a pilot. I hope it does continue because it has really been impressive and done a lot of good out my way. Just wanted to get a quick, just wondering if you could let us know what the process or how the process works when it's a place that's the issue rather than a specific person. And I'm thinking, in particular, I had a park in my area that over one summer and fall was an absolute magnet for kids, and it became a very difficult situation for neighbors. There was, a lot of property destruction, that type of thing. And just wondering, does the process work differently when it's a place that's the problem rather than an individual?
So right now, the majority of our clients have been people, because that's kind of the priority for right now. As we look at places, there is a place we're actually looking in Fall River that's causing some issues with, well, I think it's traffic. So I'm kind of managing that myself, just because the team is out there doing the relationship building with the actual people that are needing our help. So I will look at it, and then when I look at it, I kind of figure out what other partners need to be at the table for us to address the issue. So for example, the issue that we're having in Fall River, it's actually a parking issue. We need to have better signage. So working with our partners at HR and bylaws to say, hey, this is, I think, an education piece we need to do, and kind of move from there. So we'll definitely can look at information and kind of go from there. Really for places we're looking for, is it criminal nature? How many calls of service? How much is it affecting the watch? And how could we help, perhaps reduce the calls to service there? But we just haven't been able to fully get into that place part just yet, just because we've been working so heavily with people. So, you're welcome.
Thank you. Any other members? No?
I'll just add.
Commissioner Critchley?
Thanks. I just have some quick questions, if that's all right. So you mentioned there's 13 sworn members of CART. Are there other members of the team overall? Are there non-police members on CART?
No, so as Sir mentioned, it's drawing from our current community policing resources. So the community policing side of the house has 13 sworn police officers.
Okay, so you're working with sort of high needs individuals, right, who are making up a large number of calls, and then are you making this in the context of advocating for clients? You're making connections with different service providers, sort of on a case by case basis, or is there larger networks of service provider agencies that you're kind of hooked into as part of CART? Or?
Go ahead, sir.
Chair, through you to the commissioner. So what you're getting at is a hub model
Yeah.
that's in place in some parts of the country. And Halifax District used to have a hub model. I think this is the beginning of a hub model. And one of the things that Deepak has heard me talk about is the value of that. So that hub model for folks that are here is that you may have a repetitive person that needs client needs, and then the relevant stakeholders gather regularly to look at the progress. There's some demonstrated examples out of Prince Albert, Saskatchewan, and other places where there's actually narrative, be it in journals or at Public Safety Canada. So that concept, Commissioner, is alive in our minds, but we're just walking very closely, because the question you ask is, if we do have a hub model, should it be in the RCMP? Should it be in public safety here in 2 years? I think we need to keep walking forward, but that hub model concept is alive and well in our minds. It's not formalized as a hub model, but what you're seeing is a basic Cessna towards a fuller hub model.
That's great. I do appreciate that. And it sounds like a lovely pilot, and my hope is it does continue in the future for that reason. I know these, at least within service provider communities, there are some of these hubs already created. I know there's one in Spryfield of different community organizations that work together and, have cooperation as it relates to overlapping clients. I guess my other question, maybe following on what the chief superintendent indicated, is, there's perhaps a move towards a hub model. So I'm wondering, you provided us with metrics of success, sort of what evaluation is going on of the CART process, the CART team and its overall over the course of the pilot?
That's a great question there. Thank you, sir. So as we're a pilot. I've just started the role in January there, so we're just trying to figure out how do we measure success, right? So the question is that it's very subjective. Is somebody who has calling us repeatedly all of a sudden stops calling us, is that success? Or is it somebody that, still calls us but has the services in place, but still needs the police once in a while? So it's very complicated, and we've been trying to wrap our minds through what is success. I like to say that in our case for our veteran CF member, we had some success because they're connected with resources, and when they need the supports in place, they call us, and then we provide the gap support. Everybody's looking outside to think it's the train. So we're still working on that, sir. Honestly, it's really hard to measure. We just can't say 0 calls is success, because that could mean a number of different things. Yeah.
And if I may, Chair, through you to the Commissioner, we're lucky that we do have a blend of a policeman and someone entirely immersed in academic, as well as some of his postgraduate work. So there is a natural connection in that way to understand, are the ideas that we're bringing to the table 18 months, 2 years down the road actually effective, right? So we need to keep working that way.
Thank you. I'd like to ask a question if there's no other commissioners looking for it. This makes me think about the youth advocate program that we have at the municipality. Just wondering if you have a connectivity to them.
So we're just starting to make our connections with
Okay.
those partners. So we see have a lot of connection with mental health. We have a lot of connection with mobile mental health. We have a lot of connection with the hospitals, Veterans Affairs, just because that's where the clients have driven us to. But our goal is we just connected with at the PALPUM with CMT,
Yeah.
and we're building a relationship there. So as we move forward, we'll be definitely building. That's definitely on our radar for the youth advocacy program.
Yeah. I just want to add as well that as a member of the commission who is also a counselor, former MLA counselor with a lot of community context bringing to the table, one of the most successful models was similar to this in the community policing realm, and it did change. So the ones you were speaking to, Chief Christie, that kind of model was very welcomed by the community and very effective. And there was from my perspective, there was a shift that it was an obvious loss, I think, within the community, that kind of approach. So I'm really pleased to see that this pilot is back, and look forward to hearing more about the degree of successes with it. But I'm going to wage on this one. I'm not a betting girl, but I think you're onto something that's the right way to go. So thank you.
Chair, if there's no further questions, I just say that's the importance again of that ecosystem navigation, people that are in need. How do we divert people away from core demand, non-policing calls? So again, we'll continue to try and look forward, but there are capacity issues. We need to be honest with this group about there's not a whole lot of people in CART, right? They can't be the mobile mental health response team. They just can't be. So yes, we can offer training, and yes, we can do other things to reach out, but there are capacity realities representing the importance of those partners and leveraging things to move forward together. That concludes our submission, unless there's any other questions, Chair.
Oops. And I would like to reference the original intent, I believe, of Commissioner Critchley to consider this differently. And I'm going to ask our solicitor, Martin Ward, to update us on allowable options to proceed.
Thank you, Chair. As a procedural update, when Commissioner Critchley brought his motion earlier, was a motion to defer on the order of business. There is no provision in the rule that would allow that sort of a motion. So we pushed it forward till now. However, there is a practice at Regional Council to allow a deferral on an order of business. Okay, it's not in the rules, but it's allowed, and with that, it is considered such a motion is considered on a simple majority, and you can have debate on it, but the debate has to be limited strictly to the reason for which you're asking for the thing to be deferred. So bearing that in mind here, and bearing in mind that the bylaw requires this board to follow the procedure as council as closely as possible, I think the chair in her discretion can allow that motion to defer to go at this time if that's where she is.
Yeah, thank you. I'm open to certainly the board considering it. I think it's now that we have had clarity on that, and appreciate the patience of the commissioner on us being able to revisit the intent, I think. So with that, I'm open to the board's will for some consideration.
I'll just say that, I'm very thankful to HRP and in particular Superintendent Matthews for preparing the report. It was, extremely detailed. Really appreciate it. And I also
Commissioner
appreciate.
Critchley, can you put the motion on the floor before you speak to it?
Sorry, I thought I did. Okay. Can I put a motion to defer item 10.2.4 to the next meeting, the June meeting?
Thank you.
Thank you. All I will say is, I really appreciate the report. It's given us a lot to think about. I think just to ensure that we have the most kind of fulsome discussion, I think it would be really wonderful if we can extend an invitation to Sunny Mariner to be present when we have that conversation. You know, I know there's been lots of collaboration ongoing with Miss Mariner, and so my hope would be, you know, particularly where we are at 4 o'clock at a 12:30 meeting, that if we could look at deferring it to the June meeting, then, you know, we can have that fulsome discussion of the models as identified in the report on that date. And I do say that apologizing for Superintendent Matthews having, you know, been here for several hours. So, thank you.
So we have a mover and a seconder. Does anyone have any questions? I do, actually, then. I have just want to understand that an invitation to Miss Mariner, is that intended to be an invitation that would offer an opportunity for her to speak? Would it be offered to be in the audience, answer questions potentially to, I just want to get clarity on what the role is for Miss Mariner when she comes back, because to date, I've got enough information for me to know that the report is a board of the commission. We had number of times had asked, when is it coming? When is it coming? It's here. And I appreciate though the time of day as well, and number of items that we also have to go forward with, but it's a report that has been created for our consideration, and that's where my thoughts are around whether or not, what the role is for Ms. Mariner in relation to that, because as well, my understanding is that as recently as yesterday, there was a dialogue with our HRP staff around with her, so she clearly was aware of it being today. And so can we get clarity on what that could look like? Perhaps that should come from the clerk or from the solicitor on what kind of role, if any, that would look like. I just don't want to set up expectations by going forward with this.
Well, I think we're into debate now on whether there should be a deferral or not. So I think it's up to the mover to give to inform that motion, so the rest of the commission would understand what the intent of it is really.
Okay, thank you. Perhaps, Harry, can you elaborate on what you see as that?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I just think that we want to ensure that our discussion is as informed as possible. And if Ms. Mariner is available to answer questions of clarification specific to where things are at with developing this model here in the HRM, the steps that she's taken, obviously that's, you know, represented to an extent in the report. But if she's available to answer questions of clarification in the same way that anyone giving a presentation can receive and answer a question of clarification, then I just think that would be to the board's benefit.
Okay.
I would only add to that if this is being deferred to the June meeting, there will be an opportunity for agenda before that time at which the actual extent of participation could be discussed and decided.
Okay, good. Thank you. I can support that. Question's been called.
No, I was gonna raise my hand for the vote.
Okay, question's been called for. All those in favor? Say aye. Those opposed, nay. And the motion is carried. Thank you, everyone who's contributed to working so hard to get this here. We appreciate that you've taken the time, and you've spent, well, you would have had to be here anyway, so now you have some more time on it. All right, at this point, we will go to, just one second, make my notes, to commissioner updates. I see none. Added items, there are none. Oh, missed mine.
Yes, Chair Kent.
For you.
Sorry, yes.
Only you suffer.
Yeah, I missed that one, yeah. My notes on it.
And you'll need to
Yeah, I need
ask,
someone else to put the motion forward.
or you can ask the vice chair to assume the chair.
Yeah.
Put the motion
Yeah,
on
let's do that. I just need to find it. Harry, can you take the chair for a moment so I can put a motion on the floor?
Happily. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you. That suffice. That's what does that. So I'd like to move that the Board of Police Commissioners approve myself as Commissioner Chair and at least one additional commissioner to attend the Canadian Association of Civilian Oversight of Law Enforcement 2023 Annual Professional Development Conference to be held in person and virtually and in Halifax on May 29th and to the 31st on behalf of the Halifax Board of Police Commissioners. I see this as an opportunity for education, professional development, ambassadors to hosting an event that we are all part of this conversation. So the outcome sought is, of course, education, professional development. Oh, sorry, I thought I heard one, but I guess I didn't. Second, thanks, Lisa. And so, yeah, I just think that we're having this kind of conference here. We should be in attendance for a number of reasons. So we'll start with that, and then should that pass, then maybe while we're here, because that's at the end of the month, this month. So we should identify interest, if we could, here tonight on another member to register. So any questions on that?
Well, I'm the chair.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Sorry, I
Right
forgot.
past the seconder, no need for that.
I'm sorry.
Does anyone have questions? Seeing
Question?
none,
I'll,
Oh.
sorry.
Commissioner Smith.
Thank you. And I'm trying to find when they asked me, so it was so long ago. So this group did ask me like maybe 6 months ago when they were planning to take part in a panel discussion on cultural implications of policing. So outside of my role as police commissioner, 'cause I told them I wasn't comfortable doing as a police commissioner. So just to make you all aware that they've asked me to be on a panel, but I've also told them that there's a chance that I might not be able to be on the
You may
panel.
be a new papa.
Because I might be holding a newborn. So just put that out there, and that also might mean that we might have opportunity for two other people to go, because they said if I participate, then I'd have a pass to the conference. So if that happens, we would have 3 people participate.
Question?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nate? Oh,
You're opposing your own
no.
motion?
Yay. Yay. That was supposed to be yay.
Time to go home. The motion
Okay,
passes,
I'm feeling the effects of that flight yesterday. Have you just missed some more drama on my part? Okay,
Motion carries.
motion carried. Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's a good point. We have 2 members who are not here, so I'll send out an email exchange on, perhaps Andrea can help me on expressions of interest of who might like to attend. We still have a little bit more time. And that's probably in the best interest of today as well as today's timing. Okay, thank you. Now I can move on. Items for future consideration. Are there any items? No? Okay, we're now going to move to in camera. If someone can put a motion on the floor to move in camera. And we will be having that meeting in this case in the boardroom. So we'll move to in camera. Thank you. And we'll be returning with, a public statement.
You should tell the people where they can walk.
let's return back to business. So we will need a motion that the in-camera minutes of April 3rd be approved as circulated. Is that the motion? As circulated. So moved by Commissioner Smith and seconded by Commissioner Critchley. All in favor? Those opposed? And that's why I said nay, because when I usually say all in favor, say aye. Those opposed say nay. It came out of me. I almost did it just now. Okay, so item 13.1 did not need a approval. 13.2, do we have a motion on that one? Commissioner Critchley.
Chair Kent, I'll move that the Board of Police Commissioners approve the release of the private and confidential report dated May 3rd, 2023 to the public.
Is there a second? Commissioner Blackburn? Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Those opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you. So at this point, I will now make a public statement on behalf of the Board of Police Commissions regarding an independent review. On May 2nd of 2023, Halifax, Nova Scotia, the Board of Police Commissioners for the Halifax Regional Municipality has commissioned an independent civilian review of the issues relating to the board's oversight, governance, and policy responsibilities that arise out of the response by Halifax Regional Police, HRP, to protests on August 18th of 2021. On August 18th, 2021, tent occupants in various public spaces, including municipal parks, were directed to remove their encampments. With the assistance of participation of municipal compliance officers, parks and recreation staff, and HRP, concerns have been expressed about the role and involvement of Halifax Regional Police in the eviction of unhoused or underhoused individuals and in its handling of the related protests. The board has retained Cooper Sandler Scheim Schwarzentruber, thank you, LLP, herein known as the reviewer, to conduct an independent civilian review. The reviewers members have served as reviewers, senior counsel, or advisors in over 20 independent systemic reviews, public inquiries, or systemic investigations, including independent civilian reviews of a number of police services. The review is scheduled to begin on June 1st, 2023, and culminate in a public report to include systemic findings and recommendations to be completed on or before May 31st, 2024. The subject matter of the review is fully set out in the enclosed or attached for public's access terms of reference. The topics include, but are not limited to, the adequacy or appropriateness of the board's existing policies and rules, the adequacy or appropriateness of HRP's priorities, objectives, and goals, as well as any programs or strategies to address those priorities, objectives, and goals, insofar as they may relate to the eviction or potential eviction of unhoused or underhoused individuals from public spaces, and the adequacy of oversight and governance mechanisms and practices employed by the board to address related policing activities and to ensure that police services are delivered in a manner consistent with community values, needs, and expectations. To address the subject matter of the review, the reviewer may consider a range of issues, including 8 specifically identified in the terms of reference, such as decision-making related to potential evictions of unhoused or underhoused individuals from public spaces and enforcement action related thereto, communication, engagement, or consultation strategies in relation to community organizations, service providers, other stakeholders, and the public as they relate to relevant policing activities. The adequacy of existing policies, standards, strategies, or practices to de-escalate potentially confrontational situations relevant to this review, while appropriately addressing public safety, including the safety of those in crisis shelters. The adequacy of existing policies, standards, strategies, and practices to address the use of force, including the use of pepper spray, and or to prevent its disproportionate use in relation to the types of police activities relevant to this review. And lastly, the adequacy of existing HRP strategies, programs, and competencies to build and maintain the positive relationships with marginalized or vulnerable community members who are unhoused or underhoused. Following the completion of the report, the board will examine the systemic findings and recommendations made by the reviewer and develop a strategic plan to address the issues identified. The Board of Commissions and the independent review will be available on a website. The reviewer will also establish a website in the near future to facilitate outreach and engagement by the public. At this stage, the media contact is myself, to the degree that I can speak to the role of the police board in an upcoming independent review, and specifics about the review, the details, and moving forward should be directed directly to Mark Sandler with Cooper, Sandler, Scheim, and Schwarzenegger. So with that, thank you for your attention. Yes, I should remind everyone as well that the terms of reference are available on our website as well. This statement will be available to public. It should be there right now. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your consideration while this review is happening, and we look forward to the findings. Motion to adjourn. So thank you for extension today, folks. Great work.